Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
both attorneys here. We did have some discussions in chambers regarding this matter. Today is obviously the first day of our trial, and I believe that the first order of business, Mr. Powell, I believe there was some record that he wanted to make regarding motions in limine, and Ms. Zimmerman, I believe he wanted to make some record as well. So why don't I start with Ms. Zimmerman. What is your understanding of the current state of the motions in limine? After our discussion yesterday, it was my belief that most of the limine issues had been settled. I think we may have an issue regarding one of the statements of one of the witnesses. Maybe I should go to Mr. Powell.
Yes, Mr. Powell can answer this.
Go ahead, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did file a motion in regard to numerous witnesses with regard to the minutes indicating that they would testify to things that we felt were irrelevant and prejudicial to our client. I think in the state's response, we have perhaps crystallized it down to one witness, and there's essentially one statement from that. The allegation is that sometime in the month or 2 months prior to the incident on April 25th, a witness outdoor would potentially testify. My client told witness outdoor, sort of in an offhand discussion, that he wanted to kill someone and run away to Mexico. This was 1 to 2 months before April 25th. Certainly, there's no allegation that it was in reference to Ms. Rizzo or the situation that happened on the 25th. And so, we believe that it is, like all the other evidence, it is irrelevant. It should be for this jury trial. And I do understand that the potential for prejudice is less given that we have a bench trial. I think the standard should be the same. I don't believe that's a statement that the court should or would allow to be heard by a jury. The state cites a couple of cases as a statement like this is relevant to my client's intent. Citing the Richards case from 2023, 809 Northwest 2nd, 80. The difference is pretty significant, Your Honor. In that case, the defendant allegedly was charged with killing his wife and girlfriend, and the allegation was that 2 days earlier, about that same alleged victim after a fight, something to the effect of, sorry about the argument, I think I'll just kill her. It was a very specific statement. It was 2 days earlier, and it was about the victim that he was ultimately charged with killing. The Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court in that case, said they had no problem with that statement 2 days earlier about the same victim coming into trial. It is not sort of license for any offhand comment that the person says several weeks about an unrelated situation for that reason. And also, the state cites State versus Cassidy, which I think might be miscited. It's 491 Northwest 782. That talks about, when the court is deciding whether a statement is more prejudicial or probative, how bad the state needs the evidence. The state points out that the value is higher here because there's lack of other evidence on the question of what my client's intention was on April 25th. So I don't believe that since it is irrelevant, it is not about the same person or possibly contemplating the same situation as what happened on April 25th. It should not be admitted, even though this is a bench trial. I could not begin to question or state as how serious or unserious that statement was made, if it was made to a friend of his back sometime in March. I just know that it wasn't at all related to the situation that happened on April 25th involving his case. For that reason, we ask that it not be admitted, that witness not be allowed to testify to that particular statement. Beyond that, I think the understanding is that the state is not going to try to elicit any further evidence about the prior statements made by my client, with the caveat that should my client not going to elicit any evidence of that nature, and so we will rely on that until the independent witnesses do attempt to.
You know what they say. You get out, you put in. I'm 2 steps ahead of being a step ahead. New game, same dedication. No ads, ever. I don't even need Wi-Fi. You think this is a game? It is.
Mexico is irrelevant. The court is going to hear evidence that it is relevant because he did try to kill someone, somebody he didn't know. There's no debate about that. And then he went to jail. The fact that he made that statement, I don't think it was an offhand statement given what he did a month later. And it is highly probative. And we have narrowed it down with the other evidence so the court can ensure that it is not prejudicial. It goes to the defendant's state of mind, his motive and intent, not general propensity. That is an allowed purpose under 544B. And we ask that the court allow him to testify to that.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so with regard to this statement, and then I guess first of all, Ms. Zimmerman, did Mr. Powell accurately narrow the issues as far as you're concerned with regard to the motions of limine?
Yes, I would say about the other witnesses, because of the testimony, reflect that the other witnesses would make statements about the defendant's behavior in the months leading up to this event. The state agrees that on direct exam, we will not elicit any testimony regarding that to attempt to narrow it as much as possible. But I would let the court know, and Mr. Powell and I have discussed this, that if he cross-examined someone in a way that would attempt to couch his client's behaviors as being innocent or somehow imply that he didn't have the intent to do something, we may alert the court that we are going to ask on redirect some of those questions to get into that evidence. But he is correct in that we don't intend to present it in the case machine.
All right, and is that your understanding, Mr. Powell?
It is, and I'm not going to list all of the witnesses at this time. I'm not even certain that all of them are actually going to be called by the state at this point. To the extent there are witnesses from college, from the University of Iowa, from the courts, etc., if those witnesses are simply called for identification purposes, in other words, that they recognize my client from photographs or surveillance video, I have no objection to that testimony and would not intend to ask those witnesses any further questions at all. It's the state's choice if they want to put those witnesses up for that isolated purpose. It's the rest of their minutes that I was concerned about, so I think we're on the same page.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Powell. All right, so with regard to the statement that remains in question, I'm going to reserve my ruling on that statement simply because if this were a jury trial, the way that we would handle it is I would allow the proponent of the statement to provide an offer of proof, and then based on that offer of proof, I would have some context to decide whether or not the statement itself was or was not relevant. I think that both counsel are aware
The defendant, on or about April 25th, 2022, in Johnson County, Iowa, did, with the intent to commit a theft, commit one or more of the following acts to assist or further the commission of the intended theft or the person's escape from the scene thereof with or without the stolen property. He did commit an assault upon another or threaten another with or purposely put another in fear of immediate serious injury or did threaten to commit immediately any forcible felony and did purposely inflict or attempt to inflict serious injury, to which the defendant ran up behind the victim, grabbed her from behind, tackled her, and strangled her until she lost consciousness, and then removed the victim's earrings from her ears. In count 2, theft to the first degree, in violation of Iowa Code Section 714.1 and 714.2 sub 1. The defendant, on or about April 25th, 2022, in Johnson County, Iowa, did commit theft in the first degree by taking property belonging to another. Such property having a value in excess of $10,000, to wit, the defendant stole the victim's earrings valued at $20,000. Count 3, attempt to commit murder in violation of Iowa Code Section 707.11. The defendant, on or about April 25th, 2022, in Johnson County, did intend to cause the death of another person, and not under circumstances that would justify the person's action. Set in motion a force or chain of events which will cause or result in the death of the other person, to wit, the defendant strangled the victim until she lost consciousness. Untrue information. To these charges, the defendant has pled not guilty.
All right, thank you, counsel. And at this point, anything before we get to witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, first witness.
The state calls Captain Kavar.
All right, good morning. Please come to the front. The witness chair is to my left. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true? Okay, please have a seat. And once you're seated, if you could scoot up to the microphone and please speak slowly and clearly into the microphone in response to the questions. All right, when you're ready, you can proceed.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Catherine Kavars, K-A-T-H-E-R-I-N-E, last name Kavars, K-A-V-A-R-S.
Good morning, Ms. Kavars. Are you a resident of Johnson County?
I am.
And are you employed anywhere?
I am.
And where are you employed?
I work at River Children's Therapy in Cedar Rapids.
And what do you do there?
I'm a rehab therapy tech.
I'm going to kind of go back a little bit into the spring or April of 2022. Were you employed anywhere or a student anywhere at that time?
I was a student at the University of Iowa.
And what were you studying at that time?
Human physiology.
And do you recall the evening of April 25th of 2022? And do you recall about where you were located that evening?
I was at Art Building West.
And what was the purpose of being at our building?
So, my friend Nani and I had an anatomy exam this morning. It's like a lab practical, so we had to study. We had to actually go into the lab and practice with the specimens that we were going to be tested on. So we had been in the field house for most of the day and out of like study halls, and then we wanted to review before we left for the night. So we were looking for building that was open, and most of the buildings that we went to on the west side were closed. And I at the time lived in an apartment on River Street, which is right up the middle of our building west, and I studied there a lot. So I suggested that we go there because it was getting late at working west, but I had stayed there quite a bit just so we could get some work done.
And when you say you're done that, you're not leaving that on the animals?
Yes.
And so you said at this time several of the buildings on campus were already closed. Do you recall approximately what time of the evening you got to our building west?
I am John.
Sometime after dark that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
You may.
Ms. Kavars, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as State Exhibit 1. Do you recognize State Exhibit 1?
I do. that part of I see with our building and where I lived at the time.
Are you able to see the art building on that map?
Yes.
And the street that you testified you resided on at that time?
Yes.
And does that map appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of that portion of Iowa City?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Sure. Do you have it on
you tell us what the building is between the Art Building West and your residence?
Oh, for sure.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Russian. So on the evening of April 25th of 2022, Younes Amos was studying at the Art Building West. Do you recall about what time you left the art building that night?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 10:30.
Okay. And do you recall if you, what door of the building you went out, or what side of the building you went out?
We went out the back door, the one that opens to the parking lot, and there's a fire escape there.
And what was the purpose of moving out that door?
So since I lived right up the hill and it was really cold, whenever I was walking, because I didn't know why I stayed out really much sweat, I would walk through the visual arts building, because you can go to the front doors and then go out the side doors and you're already halfway up the hill. Yeah.
So those doors were a little bit closer then to the visual arts building and to the your residence.
Yeah.
You're going to make a motion?
You might.
Ms. Carson, I'm going to was marked for exhibit or for identification as state exhibits 2 through 7. Just take a minute to flip through exhibits 2 through 7. And you recognize exhibits 2 through 7.
Yes.
And what do those photographs depict?
There are different angles of the building west.
And are those all fair and accurate depiction of various places around Art Building West?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit exhibits 2 through 7.
Any objection?
Yeah, briefly, what I was, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Yvonne, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I just want to clarify, the pictures that the state just showed you, states exhibits 2 through 7.
Ever heard the phrase, built like a tank? It's when something's built military grade. Here, we don't build those kinds of tanks, but what we build is ready for the call of duty. Quality tanks, time-tested designs. So next time you hear it's built like a tank, just make sure it's built like an Amarillo.
These pictures are the same buildings, is that right?
Yes.
And you don't have any knowledge of when or how recently these photographs were taken? Okay. No further questions and no objection in fact.
All right, thank you, counsel. So exhibits 2 through 7 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have a motion?
Yes.
So, Ms. Carson, I just want to start with exhibit 2.
Okay.
And can you just tell us kind of what angle this is viewing of the Art Building West?
So this looks at the back of the building. It looks like the picture is taken from the parking lot behind our building house.
And would that be the same parking lot that you said you would cut through to go up towards your apartment?
Yes.
Street exhibit 3 is a slightly different angle. Again,
Yeah, there's like a boardwalk kind of situation with some tables.
And it states Exhibit 6, another view of the walkway area.
Yes.
Lastly, states Exhibit 7, you testified that there was a boardwalk area. Is this what you're referring to here in states Exhibit 7?
Yes.
And can you tell us that you keep walking, forward along this boardwalk, where would you end up?
So there's a sidewalk that goes around the building, and then the back exit that we left out of is right there, like where the building ends. And then if you keep walking, you will end up in the parking lot.
So the end of this boardwalk is about where you exited the building and finished up.
Yeah, around a little bit, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Howell has briefly asked you some questions about the time of day. You had testified earlier that it was dark out when you left the building, is that right?
Yes.
So these don't show exactly what the area looked like at the time that you left, is that fair?
Yeah.
If we look at State Exhibit 2, obviously there's some other things that maybe a vehicle and things that are in the picture. Those weren't necessarily in the photograph or in the art building lab when you were there, is that right?
No. Or yes, it is, right.
So can you tell us when you came out, exited the art building box that evening, what did you first see? What drew your attention when you exited the building?
So Maddie and I were talking, so I didn't notice at first, but she stopped talking, and then I noticed that there was a woman on the ground who appeared to be unresponsive and a man standing above her.
And is the parking lot area where you exited at this time of night, is it well lit? Is it easy to see?
No, especially when you first walk out, you can see there's like an overhang, and that is like shadow.
So you testified that there was a woman that appeared unresponsive. When you say unresponsive, were her eyes closed? Was she like still? Can you describe her?
I was not close enough to see if her eyes were closed, but she was on her side in like a position that I would just lay down on the sidewalk, you know what I mean? And she was quiet and not moving.
And you testified that you saw him standing over her. Can you describe his relation to the woman on the ground? As far as when you say standing over her, can you describe that?
Like standing next to her, like kind of looking down at her.
And so he was looking at the woman on the ground when you first noticed him.
Yes.
Did that man say anything to you at that time?
Yes, there was kind of a brief like pause, I think they were all processing. And then he said, look, she was walking and she passed out.
And did he say anything else to you at that point?
Yes, he said that he was going to call 911.
And what did he do next?
He ran really fast away.
And do you recall which direction that he ran in?
Yeah, he ran up the hill towards, there's a flight of stairs kind of on the side of the visual arts building, and then a sidewalk that goes around the back, and he ran up the hill and up the stairs.
So you saw the man go from behind the arbor westward and up the set of stairs with the visual arts building.
Yes.
Are you able to recall what the man was wearing that day?
So kind of, I remember telling law enforcement afterwards that he was wearing a big green coat and jacket situation.
And kind of, you say a big, like a winter coat?
Yeah, like a
Puppy jacket. Do you remember anything about the facial features or anything that you can remember about the description of the man?
No, so it was pretty dark, and like I said, it was under that overhang, so it was I think you should call him.
And what did you do about that?
Well, I looked through my phone, and I couldn't find it in my bag because I was moving a little bit. So then I looked through the phone and I called my husband.
And while sort of this exchange was happening, did you notice anything else about the woman? Did she ever appear to lose consciousness?
She did, but not until a little bit later. I was on the phone with the dispatchers, and they were asking me some questions, and I did notice that one day she began to stir a little bit.
Did you notice that she said anything at that time?
She didn't say anything right away. It was weird because I don't know that she was fully conscious, but she like tried to sit up and like push and like get away. She was really panicked.
And as she sort of regained consciousness, do you recall her saying anything at all?
So the dispatchers were asking questions like if I knew how old she was and if I knew what had happened. So I remember kneeling in front of her and asking like, hey, do you know what happened? How old are you? So I have answers to give. And I remember her trying to talk to me but like nothing coming out.
Kind of, when you say that, was she moving her mouth and having to speak at that time?
Yeah, her mouth was open, but it was like almost like there was an obstruction, like she couldn't make sound.
Did you make any other observations about the woman laying on the ground?
There was a puddle of what I assume is urine. I don't know for sure, but the size and the placement led me to believe that on the sidewalk. I believe she was wearing a scarf, and I know she had a coat on.
Was there, do you recall the weather at all, if there was any piece of rain or any other puddles on the ground at your observation?
No, it was dry.
So after having that conversation at 911, what did you do next then what did you do next?
So I was on the phone, and then I heard sirens, and I realized that the ambulance wouldn't be able to find us that easily because we were out the back. We hadn't moved at all, so we were still kind of in the dark. So I ran out looking and waved on the ambulance and pointed out where to go.
And were you able to direct the ambulance back to the location of the accident?
Yeah, back to the parking lot.
And after the ambulance arrived, describe what happened next.
So the paramedics came out. Maddie was on the ground with her, and I was going to stand back, so I moved out of the way so the paramedics could do what they needed. And I remember one of them kneeling on the ground in front of her and asking, "What is your name?" And it was kind of the same situation where she was trying to speak. She was a little more successful this time, but I didn't hear her say anything, but the paramedic looked back and was like, "Oh, did you say your name was Anne?" And then the paramedic asked, "Do you know what happened?" And I didn't hear her answer either, but the paramedic had to lean in really close. And then he leaned back and he said, "Did you say you were strangled?" And she gave like a little nod. And then the paramedic turned to Maddie and I and said, "You guys are going to need to stay here." And then he radioed for law enforcement.
And did law enforcement eventually arrive?
Yes.
Did you provide your information to law enforcement at that time?
Yes.
And then after you spoke with law enforcement, did you see that?
Yes. After they told us that it was all right for us to leave.
And you testified earlier that your intention was to go back up the hill toward your apartment, is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. I have a question.
All right, cross-examination.
Briefly, thank you. Mr. Barnes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So, in your testimony there, going back to this evening, you told us that when you were speaking to the police about what you had just witnessed back on the day of, you originally told the police that you thought the man standing over the woman was wearing a green coat. Is that right?
Yes.
That's what you thought
Yeah.
Now, since then, you have seen photographs maybe from surveillance, that sort of thing, of a person purported to be my client. Have you seen those?
Yes.
And in those, you agree that my client was not wearing a green coat?
No, it's not great.
So, you agree with me that what you initially reported from what you witnessed was inconsistent with what my client was allegedly wearing?
What I initially reported, yes. Yeah.
In other words, if it was my client standing there, he wasn't wearing a green coat.
No.
Right? So do you believe your initial testimony about what the person was wearing was wrong?
Yes, I think it was wrong. It was dark, and I know that one of the first things people get wrong is usually the colors of things, but I remember the shape pretty well.
Okay. And you also agree with me that in terms of that recollection of what the person may have looked like, you've now seen photographs since then, and I think you may have said previously that now your memory is kind of affected by the pictures that you show. Is that correct?
So, yeah.
Okay. Do you know how long it was after this person left, right? And the woman was there. How long, if you know, before she started, as you said, trying to talk, kind of coming to, so to speak?
I don't think it was until I heard the sirens.
And I guess my question is more, was it a couple of minutes? Was it 5 minutes? Was it an hour? Do you have any idea?
I'm really terrible at estimating time, so I cannot give you a letter when it's wrong.
You agree that by the time the paramedics were there, was the woman sort of at least conscious and at least trying to explain what had happened?
Yeah, she was conscious, but, and she was sitting, but Maddie was sitting behind her, so she wasn't sitting unsupported at that point in time.
And you have really no estimation as to how long it took for her to go from unresponsive to being able to talk to the paramedics?
Not one that I can tell you confidently, but I would assume like 5 minutes-ish.
Roughly 5 minutes?
Yeah.
All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Can you read it?
No,
Okay, thank you. You can sit down. Next witness, please.
The state calls Madeline Younes.
Counsel, do you still need a matter? So we take
Is it okay, we have witnesses who want to stay and observe, we're not going to call.
that? Do you have any plans to recall any witnesses?
I know, Your Honor, would it be all right if we I'll try to answer this question, but would it be all right if we sort of go witness by witness on
Yes.
this question rather than blanket?
Yes.
I have no objection to this Gamar's bringing.
All right. Next witness. All right, come on down to the front, please. The witness chair is to my left. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true? Please have a seat. And then, once you see, if you could speak into the microphone, please speak slowly and clearly in response to the questions and into the microphone. All right?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Counsel.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Yep, Madeline, Madillyn, Amos, A-M-O-S.
Good morning, Ms. Amos. Are you employed anywhere?
Yeah, I work at the Children's Hospital here in Iowa City.
And are you a resident then of Johnson County, Iowa?
Yes, I work.
The industrial grade products you need, delivered fast. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Was there a student anywhere at that time?
I was a student at the university.
And what were you studying at that time?
Human physiology.
Around the evening, or on the evening of April 25th of 2022, do you recall that evening?
Yes.
Did you recall what you were doing? We were studying. And when you say we, who were you with? Me and Kate Mars. And do you recall where you were studying at the other building west? Have you ever been to the other building west? I have not. And do you recall about what time you arrived at our building? I don't remember the exact time, but it was light out when we got there. And after you finished studying for the evening and went to leave, do you recall what time you left? I don't remember an exact time, but it was dark at that point, and it was after the building had closed. Okay, so sometime after dark, after the building had closed. Yes. And do you recall which door or where you exited the building at? We left out the southwest door. And is that toward the front of the building, toward the main doors, or toward the back? The back of the building. And do you recall what doors were going out those particular doors? It was the closest route to walk back to Kate's apartment. And when you exit out those kind of back doors, can you tell us where you exit out to? The parking lot, what area do you observe when you walk out? There's a pond to the left, and then like once you keep going out, there's a parking lot. Your impression of regulation, that seems a bit too brief.
Yes.
Ms. Amos, I'm just going to show you a photograph that's been admitted as State's exhibit. State's exhibit 2. Does that area look familiar to you? Yes. Can you just tell us what that area is? The back of the art building in And would that be a depiction of the area that you came out from the art building from? Yes, around that area. And obviously in this photograph, it's daylight and the sun's out. You testified that it was after dark when you left on this day, is that right? Yes. Is that area well lit, or did you see when you come out into the parking lot? There are lights in the parking lot, like street lights. And after you exited art building west on April 25th, can you just describe what you saw? Yeah, we were walking out of the building and we saw a woman on the ground and a man standing beside her. He was pointing at her and he said she was walking and she just fell. Can you describe when you see a woman on the ground? Did she appear awake? Was she moving still? She appeared to be unconscious. And you said that the male that you saw was standing by her? Yes. Do you recall, and when you said he was pointing at the woman on the ground? Yes. And after he made the statement to you that she was walking, she just fell, do you recall if he made any further statements to you at that time? He said, I'll call 911 and then ran off. And when you say ran off, was it a run, a jog? It was a run, yes. Do you recall anything about that individual, a description of his clothing? I remember that he had dark curly hair and was wearing like a big puffier jacket. And after the man went off, what did you do next? I checked on the woman on the ground. I made sure that she was breathing. I checked her heart rate. It sounded as though she was aspirating, so I rolled her onto her side, and then I asked Kate to call 911. And do you have experience in sort of assessing medical situations? I did not at the time, but I do. I had a friend whose mom had seizures, so as soon as she was having a seizure, I felt comfortable kind of helping her out of that. So you checked, was the woman breathing at the time you checked? She was. Was she conscious or awake? She was not. And what happened after you sort of checked her vitals? At one point, she rolled up onto like all fours and kind of sat up. She said something about he pushed me. It kind of sounded like, but her voice was very raspy and she was very disoriented at the moment. And then she kind of just like leaned back into my lap until the ambulance arrived. And did you have any difficulty in understanding her when she was making those statements to you? Yes. we went out to the road to meet them so that they could follow her back to where we were at. And then once the ambulance got there, the woman said something along the lines of, "He strangled me." The EMT paramedic, I'm not sure who it was, asked, clarified and said, "Did you just say that he strangled you?" And she said yes, and that's when they called officers to dismiss her.
And at the time that she was making those statements, did she continue to sound grasping and difficult on hers?
Yes, she was a little bit easier to understand at that point, but still very raspy.
Did you make any other observations of the woman or the area around you at that time?
Her wallet was not in her purse. I had picked up her purse and her wallet, but her wallet in her purse. She was also wearing rainbow gloves. One of them was not on her hand. It was also on the ground, so I picked that up and put it in her purse as well.
So the wallet was laying on the ground outside of her purse.
Yes.
And once you put those items up for her, what happened next?
She was up in the ambulance. I gave it to the paramedic, and they left.
And then at that point, did you have a conversation with law enforcement?
Yes.
And provide your information about what you had seen?
Yes.
And earlier, you testified when the man that you saw ran off. Did you observe what direction he ran or where he went?
He ran east towards the river.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Amos, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So, back when you were, my understanding is you made physical contact with this woman who eventually died years ago, right? You didn't know her at the time.
I did not.
You sort of dealt with her, and then your friend Kate was the one that called 911.
Yes.
While you were sort of checking out this woman and checking her pulse and that sort of thing, do you have any idea, just for our benefit, about how long it was from the time you first sort of made contact with her before she started trying to talk and sort of coming around?
I'm not sure.
I mean, was it 30 minutes? Was it?
It was probably less than 15, less than 10.
Okay. And then you said that eventually she tried to sort of get up on all fours or sit up, that sort of thing.
Yes.
Was that within that time frame too?
Yes.
And then you said her voice was still sort of affected, but I thought I got from your testimony that it was getting better as you tried to talk.
Yes.
Right? Once the EMTs were there, was she fairly able to converse with the EMTs?
Not well.
Did you hear her when she was in the ambulance and that sort of thing?
Not when she was in the ambulance, but until she got in the ambulance, I was in.
And you would agree she was at least conscious at that point?
I believe she was in and out of consciousness. I don't think she was fully conscious.
And she was making statements, but her voice was sort of still affected, and you were having trouble understanding what she was saying.
Yes.
All right. And if you said this person who was there ran east toward the river?
Around the building, yes. That direction.
Okay. Thank you. I have a quick question.
You redirect?
No.
All right, thank you. Just sit down. All right, next witness.
The state calls Joe Gordon.
you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give is the truth? Yes. Okay, please have a seat. And once you're seated, you're going to be asked some questions. If you could, in response to those questions, speak slowly and clearly into the microphone. All right? Okay. Go ahead, counsel, when you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Corbin. Could you please spell your name for the court reporter?
Jospphcorbin.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a firefighter in Iowa City.
Are you a firefighter for the city of Iowa City?
I am.
And how long have you been with the city?
Just over 25 years.
And what is your position with the fire department?
I am a firefighter.
And in addition to fighting fires, what other duties do Iowa City Fire Department officers have?
Everything imaginable. If you have a problem that can't be solved, we're generally the ones that come and take care of it. With water rescue, road rescue, high-rise, fire, vehicle rescues, the list goes on and on.
And do you also have some medical training?
We do.
And what is that?
I am an emergency medical technician, EMT.
And so, is it common for you to get dispatched to medical calls?
Very common. I believe we run probably 70% of our calls are medical calls.
Do you recall being on duty on April 25th of 2022?
I do.
And do you remember what shift you were working at that time?
I believe it was A shift. We have three different shifts, A, B, and C. And I believe it was
What's A shift?
Station 1.
And what is the time frame for an A shift?
For the shift, we started at 7 in the morning and we were 24 hours, so we relieved at 7 the next day.
And at some point around 10 o'clock during that shift, were you called to the area of the Art Building West?
Yes, we were.
And is that on the University of Iowa campus?
Yes, it is.
And what was the nature of that call?
Came in as a medical call. I recall that it was a seizure call, and we arrived on scene. We had some difficulty finding the caller. She was at the rear of the building. We were parked in front and looking around. We didn't see anyone. As soon as we saw her, we pulled into the drive back to where she was, where we found her and the patient.
Is it fair to say that that area behind the art building where you went to is not very well lit?
Yes, it's fair to say.
And what did you see when you got to the area of the call?
We saw our patient lying on the ground on the sidewalk, and the caller was waving us over.
And when you got closer, what did you observe about the patient?
She seemed to be unconscious as we arrived. I walked up and gently rolled her toward me so I could see her face. Her eyes, I believe, were open, and I spoke to her and asked her her name. She did not reply, and so we just started taking vitals at the time as we were waiting for Johnson County ambulance to arrive.
And when you arrive on the scene with that information and somebody doesn't respond to you, what's going through your head in terms of what to do next?
Well, just from past experience, for a seizure call, if someone doesn't respond to us, we think of them being in a post-ictal stage, kind of coming out of the seizure. The patients are generally sleepy and confused and don't often respond.
And so what happened next?
Johnson County ambulance arrived on scene. I started giving my report to the ambulance, and they took over primary patient care.
And did you have any communication with the patient?
Just as she was, as we were talking to her again, as the ambulance was on scene, we said we believe that you've had a seizure, and we just want you to let us
brief questions for you. So when you first arrived, do you have any idea how long it took from the 911 call to when you showed up at the area?
I do not recall.
When you arrived, the patient was still non-responsive, I think, was your testimony.
Correct.
Were you there when she began trying to speak? And
Yes.
would you agree that she sort of came to gradually rather than all at once?
Yes.
You used the term post-ictal, and that is a term relevant to a seizure, right?
Correct.
And you were under the impression, perhaps very validly, that that's what had been going on.
Correct.
But at the point where if the patient indicates that she's not in fact having a seizure, then the post-ictal issue doesn't necessarily apply.
I would assume so. Yes.
And then this person was going to be put in the ambulance regardless, right, because of her medical condition.
Correct.
When this person indicated that she had been strangled instead, did somebody call the police at that time?
Yes.
The police were called at the point where it was a strangulation rather than a seizure.
Correct.
Do you have any knowledge, or were you around for how well the patient was able to talk or respond to paramedics once they sort of took over for you?
At that point, I recall I just kind of backed off and was waiting for the police to arrive.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Your reflex?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can sit down. Next witness.
The state calls Sandra Hike.
All right, hello. Please come on down to the front. The witness chair is to my left. And if you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true?
Yes.
Okay, please have a seat. And then once you're seated, go ahead and have a seat. And then if you could slide up to the microphone, please. So you're going to be asked some questions, and in response to questions, you can speak slowly and clearly into the microphone. All right? All right. Once you're ready, you can go ahead and answer.
Good morning. Could you state your full name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Sandra Marie Hike. It's SandramAmarieHvick.
Ms. Hike, what is your occupation? And what's your training for your position?
Well, I've been doing it for 43 years, so the training has obviously changed. But when I initially started, it was a year of training, twice a week, 3 hours a night, plus lots of clinical time.
And where are you currently employed?
Right now, I'm at West Liberty Ambulance.
And during your 43 years of being a paramedic, have you been employed by other ambulance services?
Yes.
Where else have you been employed?
I've been employed by Area Ambulance in Cedar Rapids, Old Capital Ambulance, which no longer in Iowa City, Washington County Ambulance, Care Ambulance, Tipton Ambulance, and most currently West Liberty, and Johnson County. I forgot Johnson County in there.
How long were you with Johnson County?
16 years.
And what is a paramedic's job? What are your duties as a paramedic?
Responding on medical emergencies in an ambulance, taking care of patients, stabilize them, and getting to the hospital.
And so you have experience working with all types of injuries.
Yes.
Do you have experience working with people who have suffered injury or unconsciousness from strangulation?
Yes.
Would you say you have had hundreds of, how many experiences have you had with that?
Most of them were hangings, so this was probably maybe one of two that I had that were manual.
And you're talking about how you responded on April 25th, 2022?
Yes.
And you were still working for Johnson County Ambulance?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working on that day?
Overnights. It's actually probably a 16-hour shift from 3 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And at some point during that shift, were you called to the area of the current building west on the University of Iowa campus?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that call?
We have a female unconscious.
And is that pretty much all you knew when you went out to the call?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And what happened when you arrived? What did you see?
There were two females with a female on the ground, one of them holding her.
And so the female on the ground was being held by
One of the gals was there.
And did you approach them?
Yes.
And what did you observe about the person on the ground? What was her demeanor?
The person on the ground at that point was responding. It looked like she might be starting to come around.
And when you say she wasn't responding, what did that look like?
Basically not aware of what's going on around her, just kind of limp.
Did you ask her any questions?
We made contact, yeah, and kind of trying to see where we're at. And she basically was, what I would say, like starting to come around, kind of head tweaking around, and anything that she responded with didn't make sense. The words didn't make any sense.
When you say they didn't make sense, they weren't actual words, or she was making sense?
They didn't make, if they were words that didn't make any sense together. Kind of sounds and then some words that didn't make sense.
And what's that consistent with?
It could be somebody who had a stroke, or somebody had a seizure, or alcohol. It could be anything.
Stroke or seizure, could it be from a lack of oxygen to the brain?
Yeah.
Did you see any immediate signs of an injury to the person?
At that point, I wasn't really looking for injuries. I was looking for a medical problem because I didn't have any reason to suspect anything at that point.
And then what happened next?
She came around and she stated that she had been strangled by a gentleman, and that he had been following her, and she tried running in the car.
And so what did you do next after she said that?
Called the police right away because they weren't on scene yet. We wanted to show what the person was who did it.
The medical call, there is no reason to call the police, right?
Yeah, the majority of the time the university goes on medical calls, but they weren't there yet, so.
And so what happened next after you called the police?
Basically, since we weren't sure where the person was, we were trying to get moving her to the truck, but I couldn't assess her neck and her back to make sure that there wasn't any danger in moving her. And then we got her on the car and got her in the truck. Anything else? There were two females who said that they came upon a gentleman holding her and that he left her and took off.
I got you. So those two women, these two witnesses, right?
Yeah.
Who else was present when you arrived?
Fire department got there before us, but they didn't make initial contact because they moved forward because we were right behind them. So we were closer to the patient, so.
Okay, so your understanding of the firefighters isn't even made contact?
Well, they came with us and made contact, yeah.
Okay, so they essentially arrived to the patient at the same time as you?
Yeah.
All right. Do you have any idea how long it was from the 911 call until you arrived at the patient?
Well, we had a 1 minute run time, so however long the time it is, but nothing that I can look at. The 911 call received at 22:18. We were dispatched at 22:19, and we're on the scene at 22:20.
22:20? So you believe you were on the scene with the patient within 2 minutes of the call?
Yes.
All right. Okay. And when you arrived, you said that the patient was still, I think you said starting to come around at that point.
Yeah, just barely initially we made contact.
And the patient, at least initially, still wasn't really making sense, even though she was trying to talk.
Yes.
Then you said that she, I think you said, came around, and then you described not just words, but that she'd been strangled, that she'd been followed by a person, that she tried running, and he caught her. I think that's what you said.
Yes.
You agree? I mean, that's more than just words, right? That's a conversation, essentially, by that point.
Yeah, at that point, yeah.
Do you know how long it took for the patient to go from not really making sense to being able to sort of elaborate that conversation?
I would guess less than 2 minutes.
Okay, all right. My understanding from your testimony is that because this patient has been unconscious, she needed to go to the hospital.
Yes.
Right? It wasn't she needed to go to the hospital because she had allegedly been attacked or allegedly had a seizure. It didn't really matter what the cause was. It was because she had.
The reason we wanted her to go to the hospital is we don't have x-rays, and I can't prove that she didn't have neck injuries or anything like that.
Okay. Do you recall, by the time she was put into the ambulance, do you agree that she was at that point able to converse with people?
Yes.
So however long it took for her to be loaded into the ambulance, by that point, she had fully come around and she was talking about what had happened.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have no other questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Hennig, you do incident reports for all of your calls?
Yes.
Or you did when you were in Johnson County?
Yes.
And so, do you recall the signs and symptoms that you listed in your incident report for this incident? Would it help to?
Your Honor, may I have your other question?
Yes.
So you want me to describe what injuries I might find?
Well, you indicated signs and symptoms in your report, didn't you?
Yes. She said she was strangled. She had pain to her left eye. That was her main complaint, was pain to the left eye. She had an abrasion and swelling to her right forehead temporal area. Possibly a bruise on her cheek. The discoloration there, I couldn't tell whether it was neural. And then she had some redness around her Adam's apple or thyroid cartilage on her head.
And did you also list that she had altered mental status?
Yeah, initially, yes.
And did you also list that she had one of her symptoms were cognitive functions and awareness?
Yes.
And urinary incontinence.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any further questions?
Just real quick, did you go with her to the hospital?
Yes, that was intended.
And you would have done this report at some later point after she had been taken to the hospital?
That is correct.
So your observations that you would have included in your report would have probably included everything from the first moment you saw the patient until you were finished.
Yes, that's correct.
In other words, what's in your report isn't necessarily things you saw at the scene at the art building. It could have been after you had a chance to talk to her more and go to the hospital and that sort of thing.
During our transport time, yes.
Okay. And some of these things alter mental state. This would get into the point in time when she was not making any sense when she
Yes, initial time, yeah.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Any further remarks?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. You can step down. All right, can I see the attorneys for a second? All right, next witness.
State Officer Michelle.
All right, hello. Please come on down to the front. The witness chair is to my left. If you could raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true? Okay, please have a seat. And then once you're seated, if you could scoot up to the microphone, and you're going to be asked some questions. In response to the questions, please respond clearly and slowly. And once you're ready to proceed, counsel, you can go ahead.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court?
My name is Kara Rachel. It's K-A-R-A-P-O-E-S-C-H-E-L.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Are you employed anywhere?
Yeah. Actually, I work in the kitchen here at IFC.
And were you employed at that same place in April of 2022?
I was not.
And where were you working at that?
The University of Iowa hospitals.
What were you doing for the university?
I worked in the MOR, the main ORs.
And on April 25th of 2022, were you working that evening?
I was.
And do you recall about what time your shift ended or you left work?
Around 10 p.m.
And where were you headed after work?
I was on my way to the Quad Cities.
And do you recall roughly the path of travel, what roads you took from hospital out of town?
Yeah. I went down the main hill, I think it's Grand Ave, and then I turned left on Riverside Drive and eventually veered off to the right. And I don't know what the name is for that road.
So you were driving on Riverside Drive at some point shortly after 10 p.m. that night?
Yes.
Did anything draw your attention around that time?
Yeah, when I veered off and took that right turn, that train bridge that goes over the road, someone ran out in front of me.
Are you able to recall the description of the person who ran in front of you?
Yeah.
Would it be the individual seated at the far left of the table?
Yes, far left.
And then if you're on the hard left, that the witness is identified at the time.
You're welcome.
And do you recall what the defendant was wearing?
Yeah, darker, like pants instead of pants, and then puffer coat that had stripes on it.
And what did you observe after he after you crossed the road?
Yeah, so like I said, he jumped out right in front of my car, and I had to actually slam on my brakes. I was right there. And then he continued across the road and was jogging up behind a girl walking on the sidewalk.
And you stated he was kind of jogging. Did it appear that he was following that individual?
It looked like it. Immediately I felt weird about it.
And can you describe any details you remember about the woman you observed?
Yeah, so after I passed him jogging up behind her, I met her on the sidewalk and she actually looked right at me. She had a bag over her shoulder and her hair was up in a clip, and she just looked like she was walking. She didn't look like she was in a hurry at all. I don't know. She didn't seem alarmed.
And what happened next?
I kept driving. I went over there's a little crosswalk area, and then you come up to a stop sign, and I remember looking in my mirrors because I felt weird about it, and I didn't see anything, so I kept driving. And then I got farther down the road to right around the Hampshires where he turned to there, and I messaged my friends a voice message, and I said, if you see anything tomorrow, let me know, because that seems very weird to me what I just saw. And then about an hour later, once I got to the Quad Cities, the hawk alert came out, so I pulled over and called the cops.
And the hawk alert that you described, is that something that automatically comes to your phone at that time?
Yeah, since I was an employee at the hospital, I had it, it's just automatic, you can turn it on, and I had it saved in my phone.
And do you recall, did you read anything about the description or any details about the hawk alert before you called law enforcement?
The only thing that I heard on hawk alert was attack at and then I hung up because I knew what it was going to say.
And at that point, then you called police to take that report?
Yeah.
And were you able to describe the defendant as you know today?
I remember describing the coat and just the overall outfit.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Is it Ms. Oshel?
Hazel.
Sorry about that. So, my understanding is you were going north on Riverside Drive, is that right?
Yeah, towards Corville.
Right, okay. And then you veered off, you said to the right to go under this train bridge. Now, you say that you saw someone running across the street and you nearly hit that person, right? Where was the female?
She had already crossed the road to the left and was walking on the same side as the art building.
Well, and you said she'd already crossed the road. Did you see her crossing the road?
No, she had already crossed the road before I got there.
Do you know where the woman was before you came up on the scene? I mean, do you have any idea where she came from?
Not to my knowledge, but I know that she had to cross the road at some point because there's no sidewalk.
Okay.
It goes like that.
So the woman was walking on the west side of Riverside Drive?
Like they're on the left. Okay,
Yeah. The left side from where you were driving.
Yes, my left.
And then, did you see any photographs in the hours after this incident was reported? There were some photographs circulated of a person wearing a striped coat, that sort of thing.
I saw news articles like hours after I'd already called the police and described what I saw.
Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect? All right, thank you. You can sit down. Next witness.
The state called Abigail Billingsley.
All right.
Your Honor, Mr. Hall, any objections to this witness?
No, sir.
Come on up to the front, please. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true? Okay. Please go ahead and have a seat. And please speak slowly and clearly in response to the questions that you will soon get. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it slowly for the court? My first name is Abby, A-B-B.
I'm a police officer.
And where are you employed?
Currently, I'm employed in the city of Bettendorf, located in Bettendorf, Iowa.
And how long have you been a police officer?
I am going on my 7th year.
What was your education and training to be an officer?
I completed my basic training with the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy program in 2018, and then I've had various trainings since then.
And before you went to the city of Bettendorf, where were you employed?
I was employed with the University of Iowa Department of Public Safety.
Sorry. And how long were you employed there?
I was employed for approximately 4 years.
So right after you got out of the academy?
Correct.
And were you working there in April of 2022?
Yes.
And were you working on April 25th of 2022?
Yes.
What shift were you working that day?
I was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And do you ride, when you work for the University of Iowa Police Department, do you ride alone or do you have a partner who rides with you?
I ride alone.
And at some point during your shift, were you called to the area of the Art Building West?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
Approximately 10:18 p.m.
And do you remember what the nature of the call was?
It was a medical call for an unconscious female laying on the ground.
And as a University of Iowa police officer, were you called to medical calls?
All the time.
Was that part of your job?
Yes.
And do you remember how long it took you to get there?
I don't.
I'm going to ask you about something that's been referred to before. It's called a hawk alert. Can you explain what a hawk alert is?
So a hawk alert is disseminated by our agency in the event that there is something major or critical incident going on within the campus area.
And is that just for community safety?
Yes.
And so, as an officer, did you have to report things that would lead to hawk alerts?
Yes.
So you said you got called to the art building. What did you find when you got there?
When I showed up on the scene, I walked over and I observed an ambulance, what appeared to be medical personnel, along with somebody on a cot and 2 females standing nearby.
And what did you do?
I immediately went over to an ambulance member and I was informed that somebody was strangled.
The person on the cot was strangled?
Yes.
And what did you do next?
Next, I radioed that information from my fellow officers so they were aware of what I was receiving on scene. And then I believe I walked over to the 2 females standing by to get more information.
And when you walked over to the 2 females, was the person still there in the cot?
Yes, she was receiving medical attention from the ambulance environment.
And did you have a chance to interact with the person at all?
Yes, I did after the fact.
When you say after the fact, what does that mean?
My apologies. While she was giving medical attention, I didn't want to interfere with that. So I spoke to the 2 females that were nearby. The ambulance crew had transported Anne with a cot into the ambulance, and then I went into the ambulance to speak to the victim.
And so you said Anne is, and is that the person's name?
Yes.
Do you remember her last name?
I'm sorry, I don't.
That's okay. So what did you learn about the situation from the individuals that were there with her?
They were walking nearby and had observed a male on top of the female who then had said to the two females,
Excuse me, Officer Lindsay, do you need to refresh your recollection with your report?
yes.
Okay. Is that okay, Aaron?
Yes, so I would just tell the witness to please, when you do refresh your recollection, take a look at your report, and then set it aside when you're ready to proceed with the question.
Okay. All right. The male had told the two females standing by, look, I think she passed out and ran away to go get help. They said that they waited a couple of seconds and realized no help was coming, so then they called for help.
And what did you do next after you talked to them?
I took down their information. I believe I asked if they recognized or had any type of demographics of this male, and then I went into the ambulance.
And what did you learn when you were in the ambulance?
I spoke to the victim. Again, she didn't remember a whole lot, but she told me that she was knocked down.
Did you say she was knocked down by another person?
Yes.
And so did that change the nature of the call?
Yes. It went from no longer being a medical assault at that point.
And is that when the hawk alert went out?
Not at that time, no.
Did you report something that made the hawk alert go out?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was at the hospital, and I was able to get more information from the victim.
And so did you ride in the ambulance with Ann to the hospital?
I did not.
Did you ride in her car?
Yes.
And then did you go to her at the hospital?
I did.
And what did you learn about what had happened when you were in the hospital?
I had learned that her $20,000 earrings were stolen. At that point in time, I could see that she had visible injuries. She had also urinated on herself and was had passed out.
And do you know how that happened, or do you know how did she report that happening?
She told me that she was choked. I believe what those words, strangled. And then in my video, I had animated how she was choked and went with my two open hands and went like this. And she said yes.
And so what did you do next? After you learned that?
After that, I believe I asked for more demographics if she remembered what he looked like. I believe I stepped out of the room to call my sergeant who was working that night to let him in on that information and then went back into the room.
And so at that point, it became an investigation to locate the person.
Absolutely.
And did you take some pictures when you were in the hospital with Ann?
Yes.
And was she okay with that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, hopefully I'm going to show you, what's been marked States Exhibit 9.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You can look at, it should be on your screen. Yep.
I have the photos here too.
If you're not marked.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Your Honor, you publish.
Yes. So it says the cable's not connected. I wonder if, go try using your co-counsel's laptop. Counsel, is that your laptop?
So that's states exhibit 9 that's being shown. And what is that a picture of?
That would be Anne's eye.
And did Anne say that she had gotten hit in the eye?
Yes, she felt pain there.
And so when you take pictures, were you just taking pictures of the things she described and the things you observed?
Yes.
And also in states exhibit 10. And what is that a picture of?
That is bruising on the side of Anne's face.
States exhibit 11. What does that show?
That appeared to be a fresh abrasion on Anne's face.
States exhibit 12. And what is that a picture of?
That would be a picture of Anne's neck showing redness, being strangled.
And states exhibit 13. And
I'm sorry.
you're okay. What does that show?
That is another picture of Anne's neck at a different angle showing where it appeared to be printing marks from strangulation.
Thank you. After you took the pictures in the hospital, what did you do next?
After I took the photos, I gave Anne my contact information. Informed her that we were looking for a suspect. I also told her that detective would be in contact with her tomorrow, and I left to speak with my sergeant on the phone.
And at that point, you were a patrol officer at that time, is that correct? And so did the case get turned over to investigations at that point to follow up? I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Officer, what's your title now?
I'm a police officer.
Officer Billingsley, I just have questions, a lot of which are about sort of the time frame of everything that happened, okay? Let me understand this based on what the other witnesses have said. You actually got the call to respond to the Art Building West because of an unconscious female, is that what you're saying? In other words, you didn't get a call to show up because someone had been assaulted. You were already in the process of responding to the medical call?
Correct.
All right. Did you at some point get a different report that, in fact, it was potentially a police matter? Like maybe when you were on the way, or does that make sense?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So, there's been previous testimony that at some point this went out as a medical call, and then later it became potentially a police matter when it was discovered that this patient had been strangled. Did you get that over the radio at all, or did you just sort of show up because it was a medical call?
Initially, if I understand your question, initially when the call came out, it was skewed as a medical call. When I arrived on the scene, I got information that she was strangled, and I put that over the air to my fellow officers to get officers in the area diligence to find the suspect. At that point in time, that's when the call kind of changed in that nature.
Okay, and I just want to be clear, you were already present on the scene when that change occurred.
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you arrived, the patient had already been put on a cot by the ambulance crew.
Yes.
And was Ann, the patient, was she at that point able to have a conversation with the ambulance, or you, or anyone?
Yes, she was conscious. If that's your question.
Yes. And then once she was put into the ambulance, she was capable of having a conversation about what had happened.
Yes.
All right. Do you know what time you arrived on the scene at the Art Building West?
According to my report, it shows
if you want to look at it, go ahead, like the judge said. Just go ahead and look at it. And
10:18 p.m.
10:18 p.m. Okay. And then, and once we just said, by the time you got there, and the patient was already conscious and talking to you.
Correct.
And then, my understanding is, she went with the ambulance to the hospital. You drove separately, but met her at the hospital. Is that right?
Correct.
You know what time you got to the hospital to talk to Ann, the patient?
May I go back to my report?
Yes.
I arrived at the university at 10:47 p.m.
Okay. 10:47. So roughly a half an hour after you first arrived at the scene.
Sure. Yes.
Thereabouts. Okay. And once again, once you were at the hospital, and the patient was able to fully discuss with you what had happened to her that night.
From what she remembered, yes.
Right. But I mean, she was awake. She was trying to tell you.
Yes.
And you talked about how she was even kind of able to, you kind of acted out and asked her if this is what the person did, that sort of thing.
Yes.
And she was fully with it and able to do so.
Yes.
These photographs, were they taken shortly after you got to the hospital?
Yes.
All right, so you don't have a timestamp on these, but it's safe to say they were taken somewhere near 11 o'clock that night?
Yes.
Once you left the hospital after taking the photographs, you indicated to Ann that detectives would be in touch with her, right?
Yes.
And that you were effectively, that was the end of your involvement with this case.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
I got it.
All right, thank you. You can step down. All right. Can I see the agenda? All right, folks, we're going to take our customary lunch break, and so we will see everyone back here ready to go at 1:30. Anything from the state before we take our lunch break? Anything from the defense? Okay, we'll see you at 1:30. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, this is one of the many of the courtrooms designed with aesthetics in mind, but not necessarily acoustics in
That good
mind. So
there?
that's fine.
All right. Thanks, Judge. Incorporate ball boxes into courtrooms.
Well,
Oh, no, I'm just checking up. Oh, no, I was just wondering, the courtrooms like we have like a ball box.
reflect we just completed our lunch break, and I believe that the state is going to call another witness at this time.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Ann Rizzo.
All right. All right, come on in, please. We'll come on down to the front. The witness chair is to my left. And if you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true? Okay, please have a seat. And then once you're seated, if you could scoot up to the microphone, you're going to be asked some questions. And in response to the questions, please speak into the microphone slowly and clearly. All right?
Yes.
Okay. And then once you're ready, counsel, you can proceed with your questions.
Please state your full name and spell it for the court.
Ann Rizzo, A-N-N-E-R-I-Z-Z-O.
And where do you live, Ms. Rizzo?
I live at 228 Richard Street, Iowa City, Iowa.
And how long have you lived at that location?
33 years.
And how long have you lived in Iowa City?
61.
What do you do for a living?
I'm the business manager for WGN Companies, which owns Hands Jewelers.
And how long have you been involved with Hands Jewelers?
Over 30 years.
And why are you so involved with Hands Jewelers?
My family owns the store, and it's fifth generation.
Did you go to college?
I did.
And where did you go?
I went to Northwestern University in Evanston.
And what is your educational background? What'd you major in?
I majored in human development and public policy. I also have a master's degree in business from the University of Iowa.
And are you married?
I am.
And who are you married to?
Matthew Rizzo.
And how long have you and Matthew been married?
34 years. That's right.
Better get that one then. And is he involved in the family business also?
He is not.
Okay. What does he do?
He is a physician.
Okay. And do you have children?
We do.
How many children do you
We have two.
How old are your kids?
34 and 28.
And when you say you work at the jewelry store, what has been your typical schedule?
So my typical schedule is we have a central office, which I start out just off the main street. And then I start there somewhere around 7:30. I end up getting my work together and going over to the store somewhere around 9. And then I work the store a good portion of the day, and then I come back to my office to work in the evening.
So how long are your days?
Really long.
They get up 30 to 9 or 10 at night?
Yes, they can be. I take breaks during that time, however.
And how do you usually get to work?
I walk.
And have you always walked?
I've always walked.
In all of the years that you've lived?
Well, when my kids were little, I had to take a car.
Yeah.
In case I had to pick them up. But since my kids could drive and get around, I've always walked.
And about how far is the distance from downtown to your house?
It's a little over a mile.
I'm going to take you back to April 25th of 2022. Do you remember that particular day?
I do.
And when were you working on that day?
It's probably there between 7 and 8, and I left work at 10.
Just a normal day for you?
Yes.
Okay. And did you stay at one location the whole time, or did you go?
Oh, I went back and forth. So I started my morning in our office and went to the store, and I came back to the office.
I'm going to direct you to State's Exhibit 1, which is actually in front of you, and it's staked in front of that. That's actually an Elmo. To your right.
Oh, right.
To your right, yes. And if you want to point, if you could just take a look at it.
Yes.
Are you able to see it?
Yep.
Okay. Do you want to just point where the jewelry store is?
Yeah, just, sorry, I have to
And then you don't have the office and the jewelry store in the same location?
We do not.
Okay, and so where is the office?
The office is here.
And so you ended April 25th, 2022 at the office?
Yes,
And is the office above a restaurant?
it is. It's above Z Merritt's.
Is that the noodle place?
Yes.
And so you decided to walk home?
Yes.
Okay. And do you want to point out where approximately, I know it's probably not on the map, but where approximately your home is?
Okay, this will take me a minute. My home is right here.
So it's on the west side of the
Of the
river?
river, yes.
Okay. Is it near any landmarks?
Well, the university landmarks would be it's near the College of Public Health and the art building, Art West, and the working art building, the visual arts building.
And taking you back to April 25th of 2022, do you remember what the weather was like that day?
It was really cold.
And so can you tell me, using the map, what route you took home that night when you walked home?
So I left my office, went out the door, went down Iowa Avenue. I usually traverse the Pendercrest. And sorry, I gotta get there.
Can you put pull the mic close to your arm?
Oh, sorry.
There you go. That's good.
It's hard to look at the top down here.
Yeah.
So I went to the Pendercrest, down East Jefferson, North Madison, and past the IMU.
Did you say past the IMU?
Yes, the Iowa Memorial Union. And turn left right after it to get to the footbridge.
Okay.
And at the footbridge I stopped, put my mittens on and buttoned up my coat.
Your Honor, I don't want to interrupt, but I really am having trouble hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm very sorry.
No,
I
that's
hate
fine.
to use it.
I'll project. Thank you.
If you could maybe
Oh.
speak. Yeah, there you
Sorry.
go. Thank you.
I'm not used to this. So I went across the footbridge, and then I crossed the street. Normally, I walked the street. I didn't cross the street. I kitty cornered this land here to just shorten it up. It was really cold. I went to the Riverside Drive, and then I made the unfortunate decision to get home faster, so I knew that it was early enough. There were people around, and I went through the Art West building, and then I was assaulted.
And so you said you went through the Art West.
Well, I mean, I went on the boardwalk. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't go into the building. I walked. There's a sidewalk that goes onto a boardwalk.
Okay. What can you show me what route you would have taken home if you weren't so cold?
Yes, I would have done this. Or I would have done this, which is paved.
Okay.
Oh, this is what I was intending to do, but I got stopped. This night I was intending to do this.
And so that night you were walking and you said the boardwalk?
Yes, there's a boardwalk where you can sit and look at the pond.
Brother, I'd like to show State's Exhibit 7.
And do you have it on your laptop?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it should be on your screen, or you can look up here. So that's the side of the building that you walked in?
Yes, that's the side.
And so what happened as you were walking home past the art building?
So as I entered the concrete that enters into the boardwalk, I thought there could be somebody following me. And I got partway onto the boardwalk.
Excuse me, did you say you thought there could be somebody following you?
Yes, I sensed someone was following me at that point.
Okay, what was going through your head at that point?
That I might be in trouble.
And so what do you mean when you say you might be in trouble?
Because I was entering a location where it was not particularly safe and I couldn't turn around and escape in any meaningful way.
And so what happened next?
So I continued to walk and I accelerated and I turned around. I looked directly at the assailant in hopes that if I made eye contact with the assailant, that person might back down.
How did you know somebody was behind you?
I heard something and I sensed something.
Were you walking fast?
I was walking quickly. I sped up the second I thought I was being followed.
Were you carrying anything?
I had a purse.
And what kind of purse was it?
It was a purse that had chain handles and then leather straps.
And was it open?
It was open.
And what side were you carrying it on?
I believe it was my left.
And what was in your purse?
My wallet, money, checkbooks, very few keys, probably a mask at that time, tissues.
Okay. How much money was in your wallet?
Oh, there was probably over $1,000.
In cash?
Yes.
Okay. And so you testified that you sensed somebody was behind you?
Yes.
You started walking faster?
Yes.
What happened next?
When I walked faster, I turned around as I walked quickly, and I looked at him.
Okay, so when you turned around, what did you see?
I saw a man with a pretty white face, a broad forehead, fairly large nose, a jacket that was red, white, and black with striped.
And was he bigger than you?
He was bigger than I was, and he was accelerating towards me.
Sorry to ask this, but at that time, what was your height and weight?
5'3", 110.
And so what happened when you turned around?
I started to run as fast as I could, and he caught up with me way too fast.
Did he say anything?
He said nothing.
Did you say anything?
I couldn't get a scream out.
And then what happened?
He tackled me, put his arms around me, and he tackled me like a football player would tackle you.
Was he behind you?
He was behind me, yes.
And where along the boardwalk do you remember the location?
I think it was past the first set of benches. Second, maybe up to where that bench is on there. I'm not sure.
Okay. So he tackled you from behind?
Yes.
Did he say anything at that point?
No.
Did you say anything?
No, I was stunned.
What happened next? What was going through your head when that was happening?
I knew I was going to hit the ground, and I was concerned I hit my head. And so I was concerned about not passing out by hitting my head. So I was trying to fall so I wouldn't hurt myself.
Do you have any health issues?
None.
Do you get seizures?
No.
Nothing?
No.
You're pretty boring health-wise?
I'm pretty boring, and if I had seizures, my husband is a neurologist, I'd know.
So he tackled you to the ground. Did you manage not to hit your head? Do you remember what happened next?
I knew that I hadn't hit my head, and I hadn't hit my teeth, and I hadn't hit my glasses.
How did you know you hadn't hit your glasses?
Because I I've worn glasses all my life, and I know what it's like to be hit in the face and have your glasses pressed really hard against your head.
So at one point, were you on the ground?
I was on the ground.
And where was he?
He was on top of me, behind me, still. He had his arms around me still.
Was he laying on top of you?
Yes.
And what, was he still not saying anything?
He said nothing.
He didn't ask for money?
No.
He didn't ask for anything?
No.
What happened next?
After I realized I was okay physically, then I don't have much recollection at that moment what happened.
At some point, do you remember being on your back?
I do.
Where was he?
He was straddling me on top of me.
And were you looking at him?
I couldn't see him.
Okay. And when he was straddling, did he flip you over at some point?
Yes, because I landed face down.
Okay.
And at some point, which I do not know when that was, I was turned over.
And you remember being on your back?
Yes.
And he was on top of you?
Yes.
And what was he doing?
He was strangling me.
And how do you know he was strangling you?
I woke up mid strangulation, and I could feel his hands around my neck.
Were you able to breathe?
I was, because I woke up and I was protecting my airway. I knew that I needed to make the muscles in my neck taut in order to continue to breathe.
And at some point, did you lose consciousness?
I did, but before that point, my arms were like over my chest. I tried to push up, and the heart, when I pushed up, he pushed harder. So.
Did you push up? Why did you push up?
I was trying to save myself and get him to get off of me. I thought maybe he would respond and just think he was done.
But he was not done.
He was not done. No.
And so you tried to get him off you, and then what happened?
So then I relaxed because I wanted him to loosen his grip or not tighten it anymore. And then I tried to speak. And I said very, very slowly, because I realized as I tried to speak, no vocal sounds come out. So I mouthed the words twice. Please don't hurt me. I will give you anything you want. And I did it twice. And I probably was slower. I remember trying to enunciate, because when you can't talk and you're getting strangled, I didn't know. I just couldn't get a voice out. I tried it again to see if I could get a voice out, which I couldn't. And after the second time, I couldn't withstand the strangulation strain.
And so at some point, what's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is I was leaning against somebody must have been on their knees or a lap. I was just leaning up against someone's lap.
And this person that strangled you, had you ever met him before? Did you recognize him?
No.
He was a complete stranger?
Yes.
And what was going through your mind when you were trying to fight him off and get him off of you?
I thought that if I couldn't protect my airway for much longer, that I might die. The last time I closed my eyes, I thought I may never wake up.
So you thought you were going to die?
Yes.
And so you woke up, you said in somebody's arms.
I think that's somebody's lap.
Okay. And did you know that person?
I did not.
And when you woke up, were you in pain?
Yeah, it hurts. Yes.
What hurt?
hurt from the pressure.
Were you able to talk clearly?
No.
Did you have pain in your throat?
Yes, it's having a bad, hoarse, sore throat. The neck muscles were very sore.
What about your face? Did your face, you said you were trying to stop from hitting.
Oh, yeah, I was more concerned about my inability to communicate. Words didn't come out. And the right words didn't come out. Like the words I was trying to say.
So would you say you were confused?
It was confusing, yes, because you don't know why things are not working, and you just sort of don't have the ability to get it together.
And do you remember paramedics coming?
I do.
Do you remember being taken to the emergency room?
I do.
And were you wearing some earrings?
I was.
Everything? And what can you tell me about those earrings?
They're a gift from my husband. They're diamond earrings.
And what is their value?
They're worth about $25,000.
And when you, at some point, did you realize they were missing?
I did not realize they were missing until I was actually in the emergency room.
And was there anything missing from your purse?
Nothing.
Everything was there, the cash, the credit cards, the keys.
Everything was there.
And so what, you were at that ER for a period of time?
Yes.
And then did police officers come and interview you?
Yes.
Took your picture?
Yes.
And then did you go home?
I did.
And who did you go home with?
I went home with my nephew, Charlie Messer.
And in the week that followed or so, did you continue to feel pain?
Yes.
And what was, where was your pain?
Pain in the neck, eye pain, the throat. Speaking was hoarse initially. Your muscles are sore.
And did that continue? Like the pain in your throat and the hoarseness, did that continue?
Yes.
And did you go back to your primary care physician at some point?
I did.
And you said you had pain in your eye.
Yes.
And what was that from?
I was punched in the eye.
Do you remember being punched in the eye?
I don't.
Did you have a black eye when you
Oh, I had a tremendous black eye, yes.
Did you have a black eye when you left the jewelry store that night?
No, I had no black eye.
But you woke up with a black eye?
Yes.
Do you remember your primary care physician taking pictures of that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, can you show her State's Exhibit 14?
Did you want to use the laptop or the Elmo?
I was going to use the,
Okay, it's connected to the same laptop. Do you want to try the Elmo instead?
here, I'm going to show her the 14, but then we can
All right.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 14 and 15.
Yes.
Do you recognize those pictures?
Yes.
What are those pictures of?
Those are pictures of me and my black eye.
Okay. I'm going to show you 16 too, sorry. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And were those photos taken on May 3rd?
Yes.
By your primary care physician?
Yes.
And that was about 10 days after this happened?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 14, 15, and 16 and ask to publish them.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, exhibits 14, 15, and 16 are admitted. You may publish at this time. So, counsel, did you want to deal with the Elmo or the laptop?
Do this.
Okay. I only see that. I think you need to drag it over just a little bit more. Here, let me put it on the big screen. You got it.
So that's your left eye.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 14, and then State's Exhibit 15. Is that?
Yes.
And did your doctor pull your eye up so that she could see the
Yes.
And then 16, that's another view of your eye.
Yes.
And fair to say that that's not what it looked like when you left the emergency room?
That's correct.
It took some time for that to happen.
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Are you finished with the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. All right, cross-examination.
Mr. Rizzo, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzo, my name is Jeff Powell, I represent Mr. Younes in this case. You understand that?
Yes.
So I have a few questions. During the attack, you were asked about whether or not, you don't remember actually being punched, isn't that true?
That's correct.
Do you know whether your glasses ever actually came off of your face?
I don't think they were off. They might have moved, but they weren't. I had glasses on afterwards, so I don't know the trajectory of the glasses from when I fell.
Sure.
To when I had them on.
Okay. And so, I guess my question is, from the time you lost consciousness and then you woke up, as far as you know, your glasses were still on your face?
I can't say that. I know that my glasses were on my face when I woke up, and they were in perfect shape.
Okay. And that was maybe something you talked about, that you didn't notice there were no scratches on them, there was no damage to them. That's
correct.
So you don't believe you actually hit your glasses on the pavement, for example?
Correct. And in order to see, I have to have my glasses on.
Fair enough. I do understand that you might not have a perfect memory of. Are you stating that you remember exactly how this person was sort of sitting on top of you or straddling you? Do you have a memory of that, or?
I do. It's something I will never forget.
But your testimony is you really couldn't see that person's face. You could see their jacket.
I could see their jacket. I opened my eyes up at one point, and I saw white, which I'm presuming was the white part of his jacket. He was on top of me in a way that he was restricting the view of his face.
I understand. Okay. Is it your testimony that you remember seeing the paramedics arrive at the scene?
It's my testimony that I saw the paramedics. I heard the siren.
You did hear the siren? Do you remember, and if you don't, that's okay, whether or not when you sort of regained consciousness, were the paramedics already there, or?
I have no idea.
Okay, all right. At some point, you agree that you were able to communicate or attempt to communicate with the paramedics as to what had happened to you?
I was able to communicate very poorly.
And by that you mean you were having trouble with speech, right? You were not able to
Trouble with speech, trouble thinking.
Okay. And then at some point you remember being put onto the cot.
Yes.
All right. At that point, do you feel like you were able to communicate and tell the paramedics what was going on?
No, my voice was still pretty compromised. It was hard. I did a really good job based on what I was capable of doing, but it wasn't like I'm talking to you.
And I understand. Were you able to, for instance, tell the paramedics or the police officers what had happened leading up to this attack? I mean, were you able to formulate that and say it?
No.
No?
I was not concerned with that. So that question wasn't asked.
Okay. All right. Once you were in the ambulance, do you recall being in the ambulance?
Yes.
At that point in time, do you think you were able to describe for whoever was maybe asking what had happened?
Yes, I remember describing that. Once in the ambulance, yes.
Okay, all right.
I also remember when people were asking what happened, I couldn't, prior to the ambulance, I literally couldn't get a word out of my mouth.
Right.
They kept asking, and I was like, I couldn't get one word strangle out.
Do you remember an officer Billingsley coming to the emergency room to talk to you?
There was an officer in the emergency room, yes.
Any idea how long after you had been in the emergency room that officer would have shown up?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you have any idea how long you stayed in the ER that evening before you were released?
I think it was there till somewhere between 2 and 3 in the morning.
Okay. So if you got there between 10:30 and 11, you think you were released by between 2 and 3 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you were asked about the earrings that you were wearing that night, right? And I think you were previously asked about how you feel the earrings were removed from your ears. Do you remember that?
I do.
Tell me about what you noticed and what you think happened with your earrings.
When the police asked me in the emergency room, did he take anything? And I wear very little jewelry. And I looked at the obvious places, which would be my hand, my watch, and a necklace. And then I said, no, I don't think so. And I'd completely forgotten I had earrings. And then I put my hands on my ears and said, oh, no, he stole my earrings. And he stole them in such a way that he took them off.
I mean, what do you mean?
I have a particular kind of back on my earring. It's pretty hard to just rip them out of your ears.
Did you describe it previously as whoever this was really nicely took off your earrings?
Nicely is the wrong, I should not have chosen that word. He was very, he didn't damage my ear, let's put it that way.
Okay.
He could have.
And just so I'm clear, are you stating you didn't actually say he really nicely took
Oh,
off?
I said that.
Okay.
Because I was shocked and amazed.
Okay.
Because of the violence of the act.
All right. And you're saying now maybe that was the wrong choice of words?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we're in court.
But at any rate, the point of what you were saying was that this person did not yank the earrings out of your ears, correct?
That's what I surmised, yes.
Took the time to carefully take something off of them and not injure your ears in any way.
Right.
And he would have had to, I think in your words, he would have to do that twice, right?
That's correct.
your testimony was that these pictures were about 10 days after the attack?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Any remarks?
You have no recollection of anybody taking your earrings off, do you?
That's correct.
Was your hair as long as it is now in April of 2022?
Yes.
Would somebody have seen your earrings from
Charlie?
what you were wearing?
No. It was, no. Not unless I was laying on my back.
And you don't remember the moment where you stopped being strangled, do you?
No, I passed out.
So the last thing you remember was you're being strangled. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you woke up and somebody was holding you, but you didn't know.
Right.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any remarks?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can step down from the witness stand. Next witness, please.
State calls for Maria Ortiz.
Hello. You can come on down to the front. This is where the witness chair is located to my left. And if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true?
Yes.
Okay, please have a seat. And in a moment you'll be asked some questions. Please speak into the microphone slowly and clearly in response to the questions, okay?
Okay.
All right. When you're ready, counsel, you can proceed.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Maria Ortiz, Mariaortiz.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ortiz. Can you tell us, are you employed anywhere?
Yes, I'm employed at St. Luke's, Amada Senior Care, and One Love Homes.
And is that on Cedar Rapids?
Yes.
I'm going to take you back to 2022, April of 2022. Can you tell us, well, first I'm going to back up a little bit. Can you tell us if you know an individual named Holly Younes?
Yes.
See the individual seated to the far left in the checkered shirt?
Yes.
I'm going to make the record reflect that the witness is identified the defendant.
It will.
Can you tell us when you first met the defendant, Mr. Younes?
I believe I met him in October of 21
Do you recall how you guys met?
on Facebook dating.
So online at first?
Yes.
And how long was your relationship?
Up until, well, I had known him up until the incident, and then afterwards for a few months.
Were you guys in a relationship throughout from October of 2021 through April of 2022?
It was more of a on and off again thing. Towards the end of March, we decided to be kind of like an exclusive couple.
And would that have been March of 2022?
Yes.
During the course of this relationship or the time that you knew Mr. Younes, where were you residing?
It was on Johnson Street here in Iowa City.
Do you recall where the defendant was living when you first met him?
I think it was Stanley Hall.
Somewhere on the University of Iowa campus?
Yes.
Are you aware if the defendant remained in that same residence throughout the course of your relationship?
No, there was a few months where we weren't really speaking, and then when we did start talking again, he was living at Burge Hall.
And you said your sort of exclusive dating relationship started around March of 2022. How many times did you say?
Once.
Were you aware once where you were together?
Yes.
Were you aware of any times that Mr. Younes would spend at our building west without you?
I believe so.
When he took you to our building west, do you recall what about that was?
It was in the evening.
Would that have been sometime closer to the incident in April 2022 or before?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to leading questions and ask that counsel ask more direct questions of the witness.
Suspended.
When would Mr. Younes have taken you to our building west?
It would have been before, so maybe in April or March. Yeah, March.
And what time did you say you remember being there?
It was night, so probably around like 8:39.
Do you recall what you did there?
We hung out. He was kind of sort of like jumping off of things. So there was like a rock that he like jumped off of and landed on his feet. At one point he like jumped into the like the pond. I don't know if he was like on a branch and then like fell in, but I do remember him being wet because his clothes were wet when we got back to my car.
And is the pond there next to the art building?
Yeah, I believe it's part of the art building west.
Ms. Ortiz, I'm going to direct our attention now to April 25th of 2022. Do you recall that date?
Briefly.
Do you recall having contact with the defendant on that date?
Yes.
And can you tell me, from the best that you can remember, when the first sort of contact you had with him on April 25th of 2022?
I believe it was earlier in the day. There was like a period of time where he had not like responded to my text message, and so it was closer to like end of 9, closer to 10 that I called him and asked him if he wanted to hang out, and he was like, "Yeah, come pick me up." And so within like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I was there picking him up.
Was it typical for you, Mr. Younes, to spend time at your residence?
Yes.
And that would be South Johnson Street, you said?
Yes.
Did you spend any time with Mr. Younes in his residence or either of those doors?
I believe I was there once or twice.
So fair to say more frequently time spent at your residence?
Yes.
So you said you believe he messaged you around 10 p.m.?
So I had texted him throughout the day, and then there was a like period of like 3 or 4 hours that I didn't have any contact with him. And so I'm not sure if I had texted him and was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" But then it was closer to like bedtime almost, and I was like, I just decided to call him.
And do you recall, did you go and pick the defendant up?
Yes.
And where did you pick him up at?
I picked him up in front of the Burge Hall.
Was it typical of you to pick Mr. Younes up or drive him around?
Yes.
Okay. When you picked the defendant up, do you recall anything about his demeanor that evening?
He seemed a little bit paranoid. He got into my car a little quicker than usual.
Is there anything else you can tell us about him being paranoid? What did you do?
I just remember him getting in my car and he was just kind of like looking around.
Do you recall what he was wearing at that time?
I believe he was wearing like sweatpants and a like Tommy Hilfiger puffer jacket that was like red, white, and blue, I believe. I know it was red and white.
Had you ever seen him wear that particular jacket before?
Yes.
Did he say anything to you when he got to your vehicle?
No.
And where did you go after you picked him up?
To my apartment.
What happened after you returned to your apartment that evening?
We hung out. At some point, we ordered gummies. At the time, I was smoking marijuana recreationally. So at some point during the evening, we did smoke marijuana together. and then I remember us going to bed. I don't really remember what time, but we pretty much just stayed in and hung out.
At any point in that evening, did you receive a hot alert?
Yes, I got one to my email and I believe a text message.
And at that time, were you signed up to receive those?
Yes.
And so did that come sort of automatically to your email and phone?
Yes.
Do you recall if the defendant received a hot alert as well?
I'm not sure, but I know we were standing in my kitchen at that time, and I remember telling him about the hot alert, but I'm not sure if he was signed up for it.
After you told him about the hot alert, did he say anything to you?
What I can recall from that night is, I'm not sure if I said it out loud, but when I read the hot alert, like our building listed out the description, like the jacket, and then I remember looking at him, and part of me was just like, what did you do? Like, what happened? And I remember he just got super defensive, and he looked at his jacket, and he's like, oh, it's only a few of those colors. It doesn't match the description. And then we just kind of dropped it after that.
What happened after that?
We ordered gummies, had gummies in the living room. I do remember at some point, whether it was after we got gummies, he like stopped and was like, hey, like, I want to tell you something. And I was like, okay, like, what's up? And he's like, never mind. Never mind. And I was like, okay, that's fine. After that, we probably hung out for like another hour or so and then went to bed.
Do you recall when you woke up the next morning?
So I got woken up by some knocking. So at that point, I kind of just got out of bed and opened the door. When I opened the door, I see PD was there, I believe. And they asked if Ali was there. I said yes. I went to go get him, and I tried closing my door. At that point, one of the officers kind of just like put his foot in the door and was like, "Can you close the door?" I was like, at this point, I was just confused. So I was like, "Hey, Ali, somebody's at the door for you." At that point, he stepped out, and I believe they read him his like Miranda rights.
At some point, were you made aware or acknowledged that the defendant was arrested?
No, they kind of just took him and then pretty much kicked me out of my apartment. I had my car at that time, and so before I left, I told them that, like, hey, I did pick him up that night. And they're like, well, there was the keys to your car, we're gonna have to search it. So at that point, I was like, well, can I get dressed since, you're kicking me out of my apartment? I had a dog and a cat at the time, so it gave me time to just like put clothes on, put my dog in the kennel, and then figure out where I was gonna go. At that point, one of the officers offered to bring me to campus.
And you mentioned earlier that you had seen the defendant after some point after he was arrested.
Yes, so I did see him via video at first. I believe on his birthday, his parents bailed him out, and so he was on house arrest. And so over the summer, I did see him 2 or 3 times, I believe.
And so you said he was on house arrest out of jail at that time?
Yes.
So you saw him in person?
Yes.
And when would that have been?
It would have been in like early July, end of June. I remember being there around the 4th of July.
And what year would that have been?
It would have been 22, I believe.
So a few months after this incident?
Yes.
Did you and the defendant have any conversations while you visited with him?
Yes.
And can you tell me about those?
So during the time of my visit, his parents were kind of always around, or his sister was around. There was a time where we were able to like get outside of the house and sit in the trunk of my car. And at that point, I don't know how we were having the conversation, but I pretty much asked him, like, hey, when we were on the couch that night, like, you said you wanted to tell me something. What was it? And he was like, that I did it. And then I remember him making like some joke about it. And then at that point I was just like, okay, wow. Like part of me kind of knew just because of like the description and everything. And part of me is just like, maybe if I knew what the picture was, like, because I didn't know anything until like the day after when I was like waiting on campus that like my sister called me and she's all like, you need to check the news. So I didn't know that there was like a picture attached to the offer. But we did have that conversation.
And so when he said he did it, did you ask any clarifying questions?
He pretty much just was like, I choked her out. And then I didn't really ask any other questions.
And over the course of seeing him at that point in June or July of 2022, did you make any other statements to you about this case?
I don't think so.
Did he ever mention the victim or Andrea in this case?
I believe at one point he did ask me if I'd be willing to reach out to her.
I'm going to object to this. May we approach?
Yes.
So if you want to ask that question again, I will allow the witness to answer that question. So go ahead.
Ms. Ortiz, did the defendant ever make statements to you about the victim, Anderson?
So at one point I'm not sure if he told me in person or if it was over Snapchat, but he asked me if I would be willing to like reach out to her. And at one point he mentioned asking, like, almost in a sense to like pay her off. And I was just like, no, like I've been studying criminology at the university for a long time and I just know that's a red flag. And so I just said no and they kind of just dropped it after that.
Do you recall any other admissions that the defendant made to you?
So I know that before I visited him, he tried to overdose on caffeine pills. After that, he mentioned if he was ever to like leave the country, like to get away from this, that he would go back home to Jordan.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Ortiz, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So, your testimony is the night of April 25th. You kind of reached out to Mr. Younes and asked if he wanted to hang out with you sometime that night.
Yes.
And then you're not entirely sure when it was, but he said, yes, come get me, something like that, and you picked him up outside of Virgil.
Yes.
And then you went to your place, where the two of you remained for the rest of the night until the next morning when the Iowa City Police knocked on your door.
Yes.
There was some discussion of the hawk alert. I think, remember when you were asked by counsel and it indicated that Mr. Younes had gotten defensive?
Yes.
Remember that part? Was that, I mean, wasn't that a reference to the color of coat that was circulating around on the hawk alert?
Yes.
So, were you guys not looking at the photograph at that point?
No, so at that point, I'm not sure, but his coat was hanging from either like the back of the chair on my table or on the legs, because sometimes I would mop and put the chair on top of the table. So I just remember looking at my table and it was right there. So it was just a few feet from us.
And I'm just trying to understand, was the hawk alert describing certain colors of what the person everybody was looking for was wearing that night?
Yes.
And your testimony is that Mr. Younes said that his coat was maybe some of those, but not all of those?
Yes, I also remember that in the description they gave like the color of the hair, whether, I don't know if it was brown or black, but he also made a comment like, oh, my hair's not that color.
Okay. All right. This was in the context of the information you were already getting from the hawk alert.
Yes.
And then the statements that you were asked about later, these are after Mr. Younes had been arrested for these crimes, right?
Yes.
And you were still going to see him. Was that here in Iowa City, or was that?
It was in Sutherland. So my best friend lives in Storm Lake, so I just went up there and stayed with her mom. At one point I was staying in Lamar, so I just made like the 45-minute hour drive up there.
In other words, you went to Sutherland, Iowa to spend time with Mr. Younes a few months after he got arrested.
So he was arrested in April. He posted bail in June, and then I went and visited him like end of June, July.
Okay. Those are my questions for you. Thank you very much.
Will you read that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You step down from the witness stand. Next witness, please.
The state calls Ian Mallory.
All right. All right, come on in. Witness stand is down here to my left. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be true?
I do so swear.
Okay, please have a seat. Then, once you're seated, you can speak into the microphone in response to the questions. And once you're ready, you can proceed with the questions.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Ian, spelled I-A-N, Dennis, D-E-N-N-I-S. Last name is Mallory, M-A-L-L-O-R-Y.
Can you tell us where you're employed, Mr. Mallory?
I'm employed at the University of Iowa Police Department as a detective assigned to the Investigations Division.
And about how long have you been in law enforcement?
I became state certified as a police officer in Iowa in 2016, but I have more than 20 years of experience in some sort of law enforcement capacity.
Can you describe your training and education for your current position?
Again, I attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in 2016. In my role as an investigator, I have obtained several other certifications and trainings, crime scene technician work, interview, interrogations, work related to cellular data forensics analysis, video surveillance techniques, open source and social media investigation techniques.
And how long have you been employed at the University of Iowa Police Department?
I was hired in December of 2016.
Were you on duty on April 25th of 2022?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you were working?
I was assigned to the patrol division. I was still a uniformed patrol officer at the time. And I was assigned to the overnight shift, which is 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Can you just tell us generally what your duties are on patrol?
That particular night, I was assigned to the east sector, which would be east of the river of the University of Iowa campus. My job is to protect the community, respond to calls for service, and then generally help the public in any which way that I can, protect the community.
And were you dispatched anywhere after 10 p.m. on that day?
I was not dispatched. I heard fellow coworkers being dispatched to a medical emergency at the Art Building West. I was patrolling in the area of the downtown, east of the river area, and I heard my coworkers being dispatched.
So you didn't go directly to the Art Building at that time?
I did not.
What did you do next?
I continued on patrol and monitored the radio for any updates. At some point in time, I had heard from Officer Billingsley, who was on scene, that the medical emergency was not a medical emergency, but it was some sort of assault, and the assailant had fled north or northwest-ish from the scene.
And after you heard that report, what did you do?
I drove my SWAT car to the Iowa Memorial Union Bridge. I stayed on the east side of the river. I got out of my car, parked it on the street, got out on foot, and stood on the east side of the Iowa Memorial Union Bridge, hoping or assuming that if someone was fleeing, maybe they would come my direction.
And did you see anyone available on the bridge at that time?
No, I did not.
What did you do next?
I mistakenly became impatient and moved myself north. I went to the Hampshire footbridge, which is north of the Iowa Memorial Union Bridge, and I sat on the east side of the Hampshire footbridge. Knowing that the assailant went north, I thought maybe I would have a better chance of capturing someone or seeing a witness or having to do involved some way with someone crossing the northernmost bridge.
And again, did you see anyone on that bridge?
I saw two individuals, I believe someone on a bicycle riding east and someone else walking west, I believe.
Did you determine if they were relevant to the case you were working on?
They were not relevant.
And what did you do then next?
After sitting at the east side of the Hampshire footbridge for a few moments, I left that area and I went to the Manville Heights neighborhood, which is northwest of the Art Building. And I started patrolling the streets, hoping that I would find someone outside or out and about, just hoping to get lucky that I would find someone involved in a crime.
And what did you do after that?
I patrolled those streets for several minutes. Listening to the radio, I heard Officer Billingsley radio that she and the ambulance were leaving the Art Building West with the victim, and they were going to head to the hospital. Hearing that information, I believed that there was no one left at the crime scene, so I left the patrol area and I went straight to Art Building West to basically set up a crime scene.
And what did you do then when you arrived at that scene at Art Building West?
I parked my patrol car at the northwestern corner of the building. I turned on all of my bright scene lights in my car. I walked around and I just started taking as many photographs as I possibly could to see if I could capture anything at that moment in time. I didn't know where a scene was because everyone was gone. I didn't know where the assault occurred, just that I was in the general area. I took pictures of vehicles, license plates, property, anything that I could find while I was standing there just holding that area.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Detective Valerie, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State Exhibit 26. Do you recognize State Exhibit 26?
I do.
And what is that?
Exhibit 26 is a photograph that I took before I had police tape up. This is the northwestern corner of Art Building West. This is a concrete walkway. It's extremely dark. I have my squad car parked behind me. You can see my shadows backlighting me with all of my white lights turned on, trying to illuminate it. And then I believe I'm pulling my flashlight in my hand, trying to add additional light to the stairwell area.
So is this a fair and accurate depiction of the photograph that night?
This is the photograph that I took that night.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit State's Exhibit 26.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. Would you like to publish?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
And do you have it on your laptop or?
Laptop. So Detective Mallory, you mentioned that you were holding a flashlight. Is that, where can we see that light reflected from your flashlight?
The high intensity portion of my light is focused on that stairwell. I don't know why I'm highlighting that stairwell. At this point in time, I really don't know what I'm taking pictures of. I'm just trying to light up as much space as I can and take some general area photographs.
Would the area normally have that much light?
No, not at all.
And you also mentioned that your patrol vehicle was there as well?
Yeah, probably 40 feet behind me is my marked patrol car. We have a feature with the light bar where we can turn off the red and blue flashing lights and turn on very bright white, what we call scene lights, to illuminate all the area around. That's what I'm doing here.
Did you make any other observations while you were at the scene?
I noticed this wet spot on the concrete at the base of these stairs. I specifically remember looked up to see if there was an air conditioning unit or some sort of source for moisture that could be dripping down on the ground, and I was not able to figure out why this wet spot in the concrete existed.
And are we able to see that spot here on State Exhibit 26?
Yes.
After you photographed the scene, what did you do next?
I felt it was very important to identify exactly where an assault occurred. I asked for paramedic Sandy Hike from the Johnson County Ambulance Service to return to the scene after they left the hospital so she could identify and point me directly to the place where she was with the patient, the victim.
And were you able to gain that information on where she was?
Yes, Sandy Hike responded in the ambulance, got out and stood with me and pointed to the area with that wet concrete.
And what was your next step?
My next step called for a canine unit. I contacted the Johnson County Sheriff's Office and requested an article searching canine that could potentially help track an assailant that would have been in the area. And while I waited for that canine to respond, myself and another officer put up police line tape around a very large circumference around our building.
Detective, about how long did you remain at that scene that evening?
I was there until midnight.
And what did you do after you left the scene?
Prior to leaving the scene, once I was told I could leave, I pulled down all the evidence tape. I also documented the temperature, wind direction, precipitation or lack thereof, just to have a good feel for what that scene would be like years later. Once I was released from the scene, I went back to the University of Iowa Police Department to start reviewing surveillance video footage from the campus.
And do you recall what the weather was that night?
37 degrees, no precipitation prior to or post 10:18 p.m. Very, very, very light wind, but if you were in an open area, you felt a chill from it.
And you testified that you then went to review surveillance cameras.
Correct.
Does the University of Iowa Police Department have access to surveillance cameras throughout the University of Iowa campus?
They do.
Do you have an estimate on how many cameras the University of Iowa Police Department has?
I believe at current date it's somewhere around 3,000. I'm not sure what the exact count would be in 2022, but our video surveillance system is absolutely critical to the ongoing public safety needs of a campus environment and solving crimes.
And as you went back to pull that surveillance camera footage, how did you know what to look for?
I was given a very vague description of a white and red or multicolored jacket, a puffy jacket, and curly hair. So I didn't have very good information of what I was looking for. And that's very frequent and very common in cases with eyewitness testimony. So I oftentimes look for behavior and mannerisms when I'm reviewing video footage. This time of day, I believe early in the weeknight, there's not a lot of people walking out and about in the university campus. And people are usually walking with a purpose or to a general direction or exercising. And abnormal behavior is sometimes easier to spot than normal behavior.
And as you reviewed those cameras, did anyone draw your attention, or did you develop a suspect at that point?
I did.
And what camera angle did you first spot that suspect?
I first spotted the suspect on the west side of the river from a camera mounted near the theater building that's pointed south. And the first video footage I found would have been after the assault occurred. I saw a person behaving in an abnormal manner. I took note of their clothing description and then worked the video backwards from there to see where that person came from.
And were you ultimately able to determine who that person was on the surveillance camera?
No, I was not.
You stated you worked backwards at that point. Do you recall how many other surveillance cameras you were able to find footage of that person?
I used 4 different views for my total identification lineup.
At some point later, were you able to compile all of that footage into one video?
Another representative from the department compiled the video together, but I found the individual clips used in the combined video footage. That video footage that I found tells the story of the actions of the defendant that night.
And as far as you're aware, the surveillance cameras and that footage were all working properly, and that's an accurate representation.
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit State Exhibit 17.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 17 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead. Laptop again?
Laptop.
Okay, I'll just leave your laptop connected.
Detective Mallory, can you tell us what this first camera, or excuse me, where this first surveillance camera is located?
This first image and video is located at the exit of Burge Residence Hall on the University of Iowa campus. I did not locate this particular video because I didn't know who was walking through this door. My video that I identified was later.
So this video was located later during the course of the investigation?
Correct.
And are you able to see the timestamps on that video or date and time?
Yep.
And can you tell us what the date is on that video?
It's April 25th, 2022.
And what is the time?
9:56 p.m. and 38 seconds.
And are you aware if that timing is accurate as to the real time?
It is. Our milestone video surveillance system is networked to a GPS network clock, which makes the accurate time synchronized.
Also, the video, 8 seconds in. Detective Mallory, is there anyone on the screen in this where I have it paused that you were able to identify?
This is Younes wearing his red, white, and blue puppy coat.
And he would be, is this exiting Burge then?
Yes.
We change now to a different camera angle. Can you tell me where this camera faces?
Sure. This is the first bit of video that I started working with in the early morning hours on the 26th. The camera you're viewing right now, I'm going to pull out now, is on the east side of the Hampshire footbridge. This video camera is pointed directly west. You can see Hampshire Auditorium off in the top right-hand corner, maybe like the 1 o'clock position. And at the lower right-hand corner, where you would pause the video, this is a public green space area just northeast of the footbridge. It's a commonly used area that people would traverse in green space, study, and at nighttime smoke marijuana.
Can you see any individuals on this where it's paused?
Yeah, this video is significant because there's a female wearing black pants and a gray sweatshirt who's already about halfway across the Hampshire footbridge. And I call this female number 1. She's walking westbound across the bridge, and Younes in his red, white, and blue puffy coat is emerging from the public green space area, just starting to walk west on the footbridge.
Were you ever able to identify the female that you just referenced?
No.
Detective, it appears we've switched to another camera angle. Can you tell us where this camera angle is?
This camera is on the west side of the river, near the theater building. It is pointed straight south along this pedestrian walkway. These cameras are motion activated by human or vehicles, and Younes is appearing walking from the north to the south, and deep into the frame of the video, past the third light pole, you can see that what I call female number 1, still walking south on her nightly walk or jog, whatever she's doing.
And this would be the same female that you identified on the previous camera?
Yes. Both are still in frame. The female is very, very deep in the exposure there, and he's just walking around that last curve, jogging around that last curve.
It appears we've again switched to another camera angle. Can you tell us where this camera faces?
Sure. This camera is on a fixed pole on the west side of Riverside Drive, near the stairs that go up to the College of Public Health building. This camera view is pointed straight east and is home, or what I say, preset to always try and focus in on the Iowa Memorial Union footbridge. One note about this particular view is this exact image is zoomed in incredibly, so it's very hard to determine depth or space when it's this far zoomed in. But in the frame, you can see the same female number 1 wearing a gray sweatshirt, black pants. She is just now making a east turn onto the IMU footbridge to cross the river to go back east. The other person you see on the bridge deep in the frame by the headlights right now is unidentified and unrelated.
And who was the individual who just walked into frame?
Younes just made the turn from southbound to eastbound on the footbridge, left hand in his pocket, about to cross, walking east across the river.
Were you able to make a determination on how far apart that first female that you discussed and Younes were?
No. I am certified in speed measurement and distance, and I need 2 good, solid, fixed reference points to be able to determine distance between 2 people. Going this direction, I don't have that, and I'm not able to determine distance between the 2.
as we watch Detective Mallory, are we continuing to see the defendant move eastbound?
Yep, both the defendant and female number one are walking eastbound. The third person who is uninvolved is now off the bridge walking to the north. And in a moment, when this car makes a turn southbound, you will see Ann Rizzo start walking westbound in your frame.
And you were able to identify Ann in the surveillance videos?
Yeah, I actually took a photograph of Ann in this surveillance video and sent that photograph to Officer Billingsley, who I believe was still at the hospital, and I asked, "Is this your victim from this case?" Officer Billingsley said yes.
And I paused briefly on the screen. Are you able to see where Ann Rizzo is in comparison to the other individuals?
Yes, Ann Rizzo is to the left, the furthest person away. So as you're looking at this view, would be the smallest individual or smallest human that you can see in the frame right now.
And the defendant is still on the bridge or walkway at this time?
He is still on the bridge. He is walking east, and female number one is directly in front of him. The two, strike that. Female number one and Ali Younes are walking east, and in this long telephoto view, they're kind of overlaid on top of each other.
And if the defendant were to be returning to Burge Residence Hall, would this be a good way for him to go?
This would be a direct path back to Burge Residence Hall.
And that would be if he continues east?
Yes. Ann Rizzo would be the person on the left now walking towards us. Her frame and figure looks a little bit bigger.
And Detective, are you able to see the timestamp at this time?
10 p.m. and 26 seconds. Female number one has left the bridge and is walking north, and the defendant is at the end of the bridge changing his selection of who he wants to follow.
Your Honor, I object to that comment. That's not part of the evidence. That's the opinion of the witness.
Sustained. You can continue. Next question.
Thank you. Detective Mallory, do we see the defendant stop at the end of this footbridge?
Yes.
Do we see him turn and come the opposite direction from how he was walking?
He changed his direction to go back west, yes.
Pause the video again briefly. Has the defendant made a change in his direction at this point?
Yes, he's walking west.
And is there anyone in front of the defendant that you can see on the video?
Ann Rizzo is in front of the defendant.
Is there anyone else that appears to be on the footbridge at this time?
There are only two people on the footbridge. It's the defendant and the victim. The defendant's beginning to jog.
And Detective, you had testified earlier that when walking east, you weren't able to make a determination of the distance between those two individuals. Is that right?
Correct.
Are you at any point while the individuals are now walking west able to make that determination?
I am.
And can you tell us, based on your estimation, how far apart the defendant was from Ms. Rizzo?
It's about 94 feet, plus or minus 2 feet. The defendant looks over his right shoulder right now.
And Detective, we see an individual make a turn at the end closest to our view. Who is that individual?
That is Ann Rizzo.
And which direction is she now going?
It looks like she's cutting across the grass. She's cutting off the sidewalk. She's moving from walking west to now walking northwest.
And so what road would she be walking alongside?
She's about to approach North Riverside Drive.
that Ms. Rizzo has left the view of the camera. Does she return to this camera view at any point that you were able to find?
She does not.
You see the defendant continuing to walk which direction at this point?
He's still walking west. He's looking for someone or something at this point.
And which direction does he appear to be facing, or that his head appears to be turned towards?
He's looking northwest.
And again, Detective, it appears that we've switched back to this camera view. Can you remind us where this is?
Sure, west side of the river by the theater building, pointed straight south. And now we've jumped to 10:18 and 57 seconds. So this is during the same minute that the 911 call is received and responders were being dispatched. There's a figure coming into frame very deep into the shot, walking along the path, walking northbound.
And were you able to determine who that figure or person was?
It's the same person that I've been watching the entire time with the puffy red, white, blue coat.
And as we're facing this, the way this camera angle faces, what bridge or footbridge would be kind of in the distance there at the back of that camera view?
At the far end or the back of the camera view is the IMU footbridge. At this point in time, or very close to this, I am parked and standing on the Iowa Memorial Union footbridge on the east side, and other responders are starting to respond to the scene.
And if an individual were to keep walking down this path, which direction, which footbridge would they be approaching?
If this individual were to continue walking north, they would end up at the Hampshire footbridge. At this moment, the defendant looks up and he sees Officer Maria Sanchez's patrol car in the Hampshire parking lot. She responded to the north side. In the background of that view, you saw another police car. I believe that was responding Officer Brad Milliken, responding up Riverside Drive.
And at this point, where were you located?
I was still at the IMU footbridge on the east side, probably on foot still.
Does the defendant remain in this area for a period of time?
It does. The defendant looks to the west where the scene would be. He looks to the north, the Hampshire footbridge area, and he's looking to the south where the IMU footbridge area is.
And do you recall about how long the defendant remains in this area?
I'm going to estimate maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I've got the timestamp would tell.
And Detective, just to clarify, it looks like in a couple of portions with this video, the video appears to skip or jump a little bit. Can you tell us why that might be?
Sure. As mentioned before, the milestone video system doesn't record all the time. It records motion. This particular camera is set to record motion of human beings. If there is very little motion and someone stands still, the recording stops. The video you're seeing is a continuous play in real time, with the seconds elapsing in the upper left-hand corner. One good way to tell that the video is paused in that non-motion time is to look at the two red lights on the top of the smokestacks on the left side of the frame. When they're not flashing, that's obviously a time when the video is not recording due to lack of motion.
So if someone were standing mostly still, would the video record that?
It would not.
Again, you said this individual waits here for a few minutes.
Yep, he's currently facing the direction of the scene of our building west, or looking west. Yes, this is the Ann Cleary walkway on the east side of the river where it intersects Market Street. So this would be the one-way street driving westbound, but the camera is pointing east. In the lower right-hand corner, Ollie Younes in his red, white, and blue puffy coat appear on his cell phone walking east.
And again, if the individual was walking toward Burge Residence Hall, which direction would they need to walk from here?
This is a path to Burge Hall. To go to the back doors, someone could walk west next to the Brain Rock down the Ann Cleary walkway, or continue walking north to Clinton Street and then turn left or north to Clinton Street north.
And again, Detective, there are timestamps on this video as well, is that right?
Yes.
And what time is that?
At 10:30 and 31 seconds. That was the last of the video that I was able to locate when I was working that night shift. This clip or frame was located by someone else the following morning.
And can you tell us where this camera angle now is facing?
Sure. This is a camera mounted on the south side of Burge Residence Hall, between Burge Hall and Dom Hall. It's pointed directly at these bike racks, and the street that you see in the lit area is Clinton Street.
And can you tell us again the timestamp on this video?
10:33 and 29 seconds.
And who do we see that figure in front of the truck that's driving?
That is the same person we've been looking at in video, wearing the red, white, and blue puffy coat, walking north on the west side of the street, and they are on their cell phone they're interfacing or using their cell phone at this moment.
Was this you said that you personally were not able to locate this video the evening you were working, is that right?
Correct.
Was this the last video that depicts the same individual?
Yes.
And after you gathered the surveillance video from all of these cameras, what did you do with that information?
I took still images from the best lit, the best shot views that I could find from the video. I compiled them on an attempt to identify a document that I sent out to law enforcement agencies across the county, hoping that other police officers would be able to identify the person pictured in the photographs.
And is this typical for law enforcement to provide photographs to other law enforcement agencies?
Very.
And after you completed taking those still photographs, what did you do next?
I believe I worked on my report and ended my shift at 6 in the morning and went home to bed.
And after your shift ended, were you involved in any further investigation for this particular case?
For this aspect of the case, no.
And at some point, were you made aware that a suspect was located and the defendant was charged?
Yes.
Are you aware that the defendant then was arrested on those charges?
I am aware.
And do you recall at some point the defendant being released from jail on these charges on bond?
Yes, I was made aware that a bond was imposed and he was released to house arrest to his home in Southern Iowa.
And do you know what house arrest entails or how a person is trapped on house arrest?
I suppose the Department of Corrections has policies and procedures. Most of the time, some sort of monitoring device, GPS, ankle monitor is used to monitor someone's location to make sure they're in their home.
And in this particular case, were you made aware that the defendant was on a GPS release?
Yes.
I'm going to now kind of jump ahead in time a little bit to May of 2023. Were you further involved with this particular defendant?
Intimately.
And tell me what happened in May
received all points bulletin on their computer telling them, officers across the state, that Ali Younes had cut his GPS ankle monitor device, was not able to be located in his home, and was inflicted.
And did you assist with that investigation to determine where Ali Younes was?
I did.
And ultimately, can you tell us where the defendant went to?
Ali Younes fled the United States of America with his grandmother and went to where his grandmother and mother's family are in Amman, Jordan.
And are you aware if the United States is able to extradite individuals from Jordan?
The United States cannot extradite from Jordan.
After it was determined that that's where the defendant was, did you have any further contact with the defendant?
I did.
And how would the defendant contact you?
For more than a year, the defendant and I communicated via email and then eventually WhatsApp, text messaging service to be able to talk to each other.
And how frequently would you say you had contact with the defendant starting in May of 2023?
Occasionally it would be multiple emails per night. Sometimes emails would be exchanged over the course of a couple of days. Then there would be a brief lapse where I would not have any communication at all. I would send an email out checking up on Ali and seeing if he wanted to continue talking to me on a regular basis. And sometimes he would respond and sometimes he wouldn't.
And about how long did these conversations go on?
A year and a week.
And what happened after a year?
After a year and a week, Ali Younes voluntarily surrendered to U.S. State Department authorities in Amman, Jordan, and facilitated his transport back to the United States.
So what year would that have been?
2023. 2024.
And eventually, did the defendant return to custody in 2024?
He did.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with the defendant in return?
He did.
And did the defendant make any statements or admissions to you at that time?
He did.
And can you briefly tell us what those statements and admissions were?
Related to the escape or related to April 2022?
Related to the incident in April of 2022.
I specifically asked Ali to take me back to the night, April of 2022. We first talked about person number one in the video. He said he recalled who that person was or that they existed, but was of no interest or consequence to him. Ali told me that he ran up behind Ann Rizzo near the art building and struck her or attacked her. I asked Ali specifically, did you put your hands around her neck? He said he did.
Did you have any, did the defendant make any further admissions to you at that time?
The defendant told me that his attack on Ann Rizzo was not sexually based. He told me that he thought that she had a lot of money, that the earrings that he stole he thought were fake. He intended on giving them to his girlfriend eventually.
And just for clarification purposes, Detective, all the units that you're referring to is the individual seated down here to our left, is that correct, in temperature?
Yes.
And all of these events on the surveillance cameras that you testified to occurred here in Johnson County, Iowa.
They did.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Do you still have that video up? You just have a lot of issues. If you don't mind assisting. Detective Mallory, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I just want to, I think I understand, back in April of 2022, you were a nighttime control officer, right?
That's correct.
And then sometime between that, but prior to Mr. Younes meeting with you in 2024, you became a detective.
I was appointed to the Investigations Division in April of 2023.
Very good. Okay. So your role, you actually kind of had two different roles during this investigation because of how long this has been.
That's accurate.
All right, very good. You were not actually on the scene at Art Building West until, I think you said, everybody else had already left.
That is accurate.
And my understanding was you, once law enforcement was looking for this suspect, you stood by at the east end of the IMU footbridge, hoping to maybe see somebody of interest come across the footbridge.
Correct.
And I understand you parked your car, you didn't have your lights on, you were kind of quietly waiting there, is that the right word?
Exactly.
All right. And then, in your words, you became impatient and left that location and went up to the upriver to the Hampshire footbridge.
Yes.
Right. And the reason why this is being the reason why you're telling us this is that you now know that Mr. Younes was apparently on the other side of the river, and perhaps if you'd have stayed where you were, you might have met Mr. Younes when he came across the river.
That is my assumption, yes.
But that's not really what happened. Okay. Can you show me? Can you show me the island footbridge? 10 and over 8. That's 10 and 2. Next. Roll. There you go. That's right. So, Detective Mallory, this is the view of the IMU footbridge looking east across the river. Is that right?
Yes.
And you, I think, mentioned this, that with the zoom in that you have on this camera, it is. Let me ask you this. That bridge is actually fairly long, isn't it?
Yes.
And in this video footage, the depth and exactly how far across that bridge is compressed. And it gives the impression that perhaps it's a much shorter bridge than it actually is.
I have the exact measurements of the fixed point, which is where the camera is mounted, to the westernmost edge of the bridge, the westernmost lot where the first light post would be, and also a measurement from the fixed location of the camera to the corner of the old art building, which is the brick corner you see in the left-hand side of your screen. Okay. So I have those measurements identified. I cannot tell you the distance, the length of the bridge widthwise across the
Okay. And I guess I wasn't asking for an exact measurement, but just, do you agree with me that when you look at this, it doesn't necessarily do justice to exactly how far across the bridge is?
Yes, that's why I thought there needed an estimation.
Right, and also then, if there are two individuals on the bridge, it is not easy to tell whether those folks are close to each other or further apart because of that depth issue.
Accurate.
Your testimony was that if Mr. Younes was heading east across that footbridge in that video, that still, one place he was heading directly for would have been the Burge residence hall.
It's a path to Burge Hall. If you were going east, Burge Hall could be a destination.
Right, and that is the place where he had left earlier and ultimately returned to.
Yes.
All right. And then in the video, rather than going to Burge Hall, we see Mr. Younes instead, around the time that Ms. Rizzo gets on the bridge, instead change direction and start coming back west across the footbridge.
Yes.
Once we, I don't think that once Ms. Rizzo takes a right turn into the grass, right, she disappears from view. Mr. Younes shortly thereafter comes forward to the camera and starts looking north. Your understanding is there are no other cameras on the west side or across, once the two of them leave this camera angle, there's no more video of them over by the Art Building West?
In 2022, there's no other video other than this one handheld zoom camera. After this incident, we had to install additional cameras at this location because of this.
Gotcha. But at the time, that would have been it for videos in terms of between the timestamps of, say, 10:08 and 10:18 that night.
That is perfectly accurate.
All right. And so then, because at 10:18, move that forward a little bit. All right. So this is 10:19. The camera angle is now, the timer says 10:19 p.m., which is after the 911 call, after dispatch, after the EMTs have arrived on the scene.
I don't know when EMS arrived, but the dispatch time and 911 call time was 10:18.
Okay, so this is right around the time of when the 911 call happened.
The 911 call happened at 10:18. This is 10:19.
All right. And at any rate, your understanding is whatever incident happened at the Art Building West happened prior, obviously, to the 911 call.
That's accurate.
So from here on out, all of this video will be after the incident at the Art Building West.
Yes.
You indicated that you communicated with Mr. Younes when he was out of the country and that facilitated his return in the second half of 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
Once he came back, he sat down and did an interview with you. Is that right?
He interviewed with myself and Detective Cooper.
And we might hear from Detective Cooper later on in this trial. But at any rate, whatever statements Mr. Younes did make to you, were those reported?
Yes.
And that would be a fair and accurate depiction of what both of you actually said in the interview?
Yes.
All right. At this point, I have no further questions.
Read it out.
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Detective Mallory, as you see on this view here, you testified that this was after the 911 call, is that right?
Yes.
So around 10:19, do we see the defendant on the screen at this point?
We do. He's deep in the frame past 1, 2, 3, maybe between the third and the fourth light posts there.
And are you able to tell us how far away this is from Art Building West?
It is directly across the street and on the other side of the building you see here.
Would you be able to tell us how long it would take a person to get from Art Building West to this point of the river?
I'm going to estimate 30 to 45 seconds.
Thank you. That'd be perfect.
Any response?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can sit down. Can I see the attorneys? All right. Okay, for the record, it would appear that we have reached the end of our day for today. So tomorrow morning we will recommence proceedings at 9 a.m. But we will be in recess from now until that time. Anything else for the record from the state before we recess officially?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, see you tomorrow morning at 9. We're in recess.